Come on, song. This computer is so slow. I'm wearing my stuff down. I'm better than the machine.
I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the heat. I'm trying to do more for the soul, way less for the bread. Oh, yes, sir. I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I see the things that they
Grand Rising family, Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. The music fell off because Brother Lance fell off. Not sure. He said his computer was working really slow. So let's see if he's able to come back on his phone. I hope that's all it is. I hope it's not a power outage. Grand Rising, everyone. Grand Rising, Sister Oyala. How are you, honey? Grand Rising, Khadija. Grand Rising, Peaceful Polly. Grand Rising, Candice. Grand Rising, Sister Razula. Grand Rising, Tammy. How are you all doing this rising? Clearly, he's not back yet, so I'm thinking that it's a power outage. So do me a favor, guys. Just hold on a second. Let me see if there's a way to get in touch with him. Hold on, please. It's funny. I don't even have music that I can play in the meantime. Oh, here he comes. Okay, awesome, awesome. Oh, Lord. Hello.
Yes. Popped off for a second. One more song.
All right.
If it agrees with me to come on with this buffering self. Or we'll just freeze it right there and start it that way. We're having all kind of malfunctions, but I can't say malfunctions because I got like 5 or 6 major things going on at the same time. So I guess that's the reason why it's happening. So I should have did it on the other computer. It's behaving itself now. So we'll just move on. Let me just see how things look here. Okay. I'm hidden behind the banner. All right. Let's just, with no music, greet everybody. I don't know if you started already. I didn't even realize
I did.
Okay, go ahead. Don't let
I
me
did.
interrupt.
I did. Well, I did it, and then I was just about to try to see if I could call you. I didn't know how
Yeah,
that
no,
was
that's
gonna.
no problem. It may happen again. Just continue on because, like I said, I've been pushing it very hard, and I'm determined to get a lot of content out this month, and I'm just all up in it. Trust me. Go ahead.
Right. So I did. Most of the people already that are here. Azula, hi, Kevileb, hi, Candice, Damien, Grand Rising, Nubian Queen, Grand Rising, Sheik David, Grand Rising. I think that's it for now. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. This is going to be an interesting topic because, as we already know, the big heart up on the screen, it's not
Tell us
there.
about
Hmm? Well,
it. Tell us.
you know, everybody wants to think that that heart represents love, and
Mm-mm.
you know, I'm coming to understand that it don't. Coming to recognize that it really don't. You
I kind
know.
of think a little bit more about this than but I've been reading up a little bit. But
Hmm.
what I brushed up on, I'm like a first grader brushing up on a trigonometry
Right.
exam. There's no
Right.
way. I know this is up your alley. I had to do
Me?
it.
Me?
Yeah.
You know
Don't
what?
point in this. Don't point like you don't know. Me getting
I,
100 on every single test, and now you're gonna smile.
I'm not, listen, let me tell
You
you.
don't know.
Listen. The what I may not know the the complete pagan rituals that go behind it because to be perfectly honest with you,
Can I be
the
honest
can I
with
be
you?
honest with you? Let me be honest with you. I I never really I think I celebrated Valentine's my whole marriage. I think I celebrated it one time. You know, as far as doing the the I'll go get some balloons and hearts and cards and all of that stuff. I don't even know why,
Well, I
but
celebrated Valentine's Day as a youngster every day of my life, every day I could. Not,
well, we
not
already know that.
that long ago.
we
I already
already
know.
we
Yeah.
already know that. And it's not so much okay, it's not like I know you're talking about you celebrated the physical aspects of it every single damn day of your life, you know. And it's not to say that the physical aspects um weren't there, but to say that one day out of the year was the day that I was supposed to tell this person how much I love them, or I'm supposed to wait until this particular day to hear how much they love me, just made no damn sense, And I wasn't about going out there and spending a whole lot of money, buying this, buying that, and I wasn't really expecting it for the most part. Tell me you love me every day, show me you love me every day. Now I know that they said that it was based off of some martyrs, Christian martyrs, and so because they gave up their life for for the love of Christ and the church, that's like the ultimate love. That is what they say,
But
you
but
know.
they also said they would go out and beat the women. What kind of pseudo homo woman hate business is
That, but
that?
see, that's the Roman, that's them Greco-Roman people who, they that's what they love. They love boys, and if you notice the little cherubs, as they call them, that they
Mm-hmm.
use for Valentine's, they don't look like girls,
Mm.
they're little boys. So it's like basically they wanted the boys to be the love of their lives. The boys
That's
were
crazy.
their ultimate love. It wasn't women. It wasn't about,
So
you
it's about
know,
pedophilia from back then, you'd
of
say.
course, of course, of
Now,
course.
speaking of pedophile or pedos, I gotta go pee. Keep talking. I'll be right back. I'm hearing you though. I got
You're
the
a mess.
headphones up.
You're a mess.
Be right back in 45 seconds.
All right. I'll take 45 seconds and say, hi, Naima. Hello, hello, hello. I don't celebrate it. I mean, I've gotten a really nice Valentine's greeting this rising, but it wasn't because, it's more of a friend thing. It's not something where you're saying, oh my gosh, it's not that for me. I don't want, like I said, no one should be happy with their significant other going all out on one day of the year. And you see, it's the advertising industry, also the diamond industry, and the candy, and the all these people, they have to figure out a way to make money, and they do it by tugging on your heartstrings. They do it by playing on your emotions. I'm sorry if you hear me making all this noise. This is the reason why they do it. And so when we get caught up in it, and listen, it's not our day. It's not us as melanated people. That's not our thing. You understand? Our thing is an everyday thing. If we righteously love, whether it's a friend, whether it's a child, whether it's a parent, whether it's a significant other, if we righteously love that person, they should know it all the time. All the time they should be aware of the feelings that we have for them. We shouldn't Nobody should have to wait 365 or 366 days for a show of affection. So for me, the day comes, the day goes. And it really doesn't it doesn't really make that much of a big difference in my heart space one way or the other. If someone says it to me, it's a sweet gesture and I'll say thank you, but I'm not sitting back pining and wondering why haven't I been told, and who needs to tell me, who hasn't told me. It is what it is. Get past that. Always have, it's like Sister Sandra says, love is always present. Love should always be present. Love should always be present, whether it's eros or it's agape, or whatever it is, it should always be present. Always. So
Speaking of present,
mhm.
think how many of us are not present in our homes because of the pressure to produce something for one of these pagan holidays, and especially we're speaking about Valentine's Day. Just think of how many Black men are locked up because they felt
Exactly.
the pressure to produce something, even a box of chocolates or
Yeah.
roses.
Hmm.
This foolishness, really and truly. You
Hmm.
got bills to pay, you got things to do. You may not even have much money. And on the flip side, these men feel pressure, whether they're woman or their wife, whatever, your partner is demanding this or not. But then we have partners, whether it's the man or the woman. Usually, it's mostly the woman.
Hmm.
Not blaming, because there are a lot of conscious sisters out here that we have here in the chat room, but
Hmm.
we know how it goes with the stereotypical shallow people who feel pressured and who pressure. Oh my God, you didn't get
Yes.
anything for Valentine's Day. What am I going to tell my girlfriend? My girlfriend went out. Her boyfriend took her out to this restaurant, and they went to a 5-star hotel,
Hmm.
and they rented this luxury car, and he put
Hmm.
it on the sidewalk, and you get pressured because of that,
Hmm.
and bringing your money to other people,
Right.
right? Who don't look like you, who are laughing at you, who usually don't even celebrate stuff like this year in,
Exactly.
year out. Usually, every time you celebrate daggone Valentine's Day is with somebody else because you couldn't sustain a relationship more than a year. Ever think about that? Sometimes two, sometimes three, but it's rare. The
Right.
same celebrated Valentine's Day with usually is not the one we celebrate the other pagan holiday called Christmas. That's crazy.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it
And how
jumps,
many people kill themselves at Christmas time,
of course,
Christmas and New Year's, because they don't have someone to ring in the New Year's with, or they don't have someone to celebrate Christmas with.
themselves.
Hmm?
And not only that, but they kill in the pocket. They
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
they want to build themselves up financially, but they're killing themselves, and they space these holidays out, not dead even, but we're just recuperating. Those who celebrate New Year's are just recuperating from New Year's. They're
Hmm.
just recuperating from Christmas.
Yeah.
They're physically recuperating now from Thanksgiving, because once Thanksgiving starts, We're eating more. It's colder. We're inside more. We're stressed more. Some of us are going through this whole COVID thing. We're all screwed up in the head. Need more of a social life. We don't have it anymore. We're pressured. All this fear mongering. Taiwan, Ukraine, economic crash, high rent.
Can you imagine? Exactly.
We're walking away from because of the stimulus money. Our whole world has been turned around upside down.
That's
and we
right.
worry about a damn holiday that has nothing to do with us. I have to say, I'm not saying all of us, but some of us follow through with that tradition, and we find ourselves beating our women. Not all. I'm not saying black men beat their women like that, but some of us can
tell me about that part of it. Come, tell me about that part of it.
Well, working in the jail and working in prisons.
The part of it, the pagan part of it, as far as the beating the women. Talk about that a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read something right here, and it's not long. History of Valentine's Day, when men beat women with bloody animal hides for fertility. The history of Valentine's Day is rather gory and sometimes fantastical, but how much of it is really true? Even though this day of love has most couples rushing to make each other happy with flowers, gifts, and candles, the history of Valentine's Day is rather dicey. Most people picture a romantic St. Valentine who wrote the first love poems to his beloved and made the day famous in his name when he died. But that is nowhere near the truth. But even before these saints, there was the gory pagan festival of, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Lupercalia, which was hushed up and replaced with the more demure and Christian St. Valentine's Day. The origin of Valentine's Day has a few very gory tales associated with it. Many believe that fixing February 14th as the date for St. Valentine's Day feast was an attempt to Christianize the pagan fertility festival of Lupercalia, dedicated to the Roman god of agriculture, Faunus, and the founders of Rome, Romulus and Remus. Remus?
Remus, yeah.
You want to Remus? Come on over tonight. You can ream the both of us. That don't sound right. Greco, right? To celebrate Lupercalia during the February 13th to 15th, the members of the order of Roman priests called Luperci assembled in the sacred cave where Romulus and Remus, that name, man, were supposed to have been taken care of by the she-wolf. The priests would then sacrifice a for purification and a goat for fertility. Though the men were half naked and running through the streets, the women welcomed this act as per the beliefs of the time and actually lined up for the same. Later on, all young and unmarried women would put their names in a big urn, and the bachelors in the city would pick out a name from it, after which the couple would be paired for a year. This arrangement often ended with the couple being married. The rowdy festival was denounced by Pope Gelasius I in 496 AD, but there's no strong proof that St. Valentine's Day was established particularly to replace or cover up Lupercalia. Who were the three St. Valentines? Historical records from the Bollandis, an order of the Belgian monks who started off in 1643 to spend 3 centuries recording the details of every Christian saint, tell us that there were 3 St. Valentines who apparently died on February 14th. The stories about Valentini were numerous, but the oldest 3 are the most significant. The earliest account of Valentinius was just about a man who died in Africa with 24 soldiers, while the 2 other stories had more information. The second Valentinus was a Roman priest who was arrested at the time of Gothicus and put into the custody of Asterius, an aristocrat. As the preacher preached, Asterius promised to convert if Valentinus could cure the blindness of his foster daughter. Wow. It brings me nothing more behind that. It kind of ended abruptly, but I'm sorry. There's
continue.
Yeah. The priest was successful, and the entire family of Asterius was baptized. However, the emperor ordered all of them to be executed. However, only Valentinus was beheaded, and a devoted widow buried his body on Via Flaminia. over which a chapel was built much later. The third Valentinius was a bishop of Terni in Umbria, Italy. His story is very similar to the second priest. He debated with a potential convert, healed his son, was beheaded on the orders of Gothicus, and was buried along Flaminia. However, whichever way you look at it, none of these African, Roman, or Umbrian St. Valentines were lovers or romantics. As time passed, stories of miracles surrounding the saints came up in the Middle Ages, which talked about St. Valentine performing secret marriage rituals when Emperor Claudius II outlawed marriage for young men, as men without families made better soldiers. God, this is like so much more. Look, got the point.
We get the point. We get the point.
Yeah. We're gonna put this whole thing on the post, and we always put it, right below on the YouTube video when I get to it. But yeah, so basically, it's not what we thought it was. There's a lot of bloodshed, beheading, murder, inferred homosexuality, the beatings of the women, which I don't know where that came from, but putting people together for a year, you're kind of picking your name out of an urn. Basically, that looks like Hollywood to me, and how most of us, date each other. We pick a name. We don't usually go and pick a name out of an urn, but we meet somebody, or we feel we should hurry up and meet somebody before Valentine.
Or your partner, right? Or your partner should be doing the love thing and proposing to you on Valentine's Day. That's the ultimate show of love. If you're in a relationship with someone, is to be proposed to and engaged on Valentine's Day.
But look at the sacrificing.
Oh,
the sacrifice. That's the end of it, that we don't even know how deep it goes with the occult.
Exactly.
A lot of us don't even know what we're doing. We just hear things and read things and adopt things and get influenced. But on a spiritual level, what does all this mean? That's what I always ask.
We don't know.
Below the surface, I always ask with everything, what does this mean on a spiritual level? We're not talking spiritual, the whole religious ideology. I'm talking about the real spirit you. Most people don't even acknowledge the real spirit, their real spiritual life, like those
inner self, exactly.
The real tried and true thing. But they always, a lot of us go through that whole religious mindset, even when trying to be spiritual. But we can't. There's nothing to try to be. We are. It depends what frequency vibration we are.
That's it.
Dogs, cats, goats. They operate on a spiritual level.
They have something, yeah.
Exactly, but there's an instinct there that guides them. We try to put words on it, but stripped away. If we really strip away religion,
use your gut,
away this all the books and things that man told you to do. What's there? That's what I want to know. I want to be in that vein.
Yeah.
I want to be on this level.
See, what people have to recognize is, your heart or your emotions is not in your quote unquote heart space. It's in your gut. It's in your intuition. It's in that little feeling that you get. And sometimes it's a big feeling that we ignore, but it's that still quiet feeling that you get. And over time, if it's a good feeling and if it's reciprocated, it builds. And then there's that feeling that you get where you recognize that, no, this is not what it is. Don't push forward, That's where a lot of us, especially women, that's where we make our errors. We get a feeling, we understand that feeling, but we don't want to really acknowledge it for what it is. And so, you meet a guy and the guy is nice, and you get caught up in that thing, and you start to expect more than they can give you. And that's where we get hurt. And we need to recognize that, we're talking about Valentine's, and we're talking about this day of love and so on and so forth. And the real reason behind why a lot of us get hurt on this day is because we expect more than people can give us. They can give. What am I hearing?
No, go ahead. Multiple screens open.
Okay. So just like I read earlier, something from NPR, we get caught up in this thing, in this day, because of the hallmarks of the world, and because of the what's the other, the Giardellis, and the all these chocolate companies, and the edible arrangements that you get, and the balloon companies, and all these different things that are promoting it, and we get caught up in it. And exactly, Naima, the day of lust, not love, because it's all about the celebration afterwards. Oh my God, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It's going to be lit, it's going to be off the chain. And then the next day you go to work, or you go to wherever you go, and everybody is talking. Yeah, my man gave me this, and and this and that. And then, if you're the sad soul who can't chime in and say, yeah, I did such and such and such and such, this is where the sadness comes in. This is where now it's taking you another 10 days to get out of the funk you just put yourself in. For what reason? For what?
A lot of people, like you were speaking of how people get hurt, they catch a little feeling and they run with it.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people, men and women, who see something that they want,
Mm-hmm.
and they manipulate,
Mm-hmm.
and they think they have it right in position,
Mm-hmm.
because of the deception, manipulation. They want to cast spells. They want to do all this different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when it doesn't their way, they don't want to get hurt. Why are you getting hurt? You manipulated.
Exactly.
Especially right now around this time, you see, especially in a lot of black newspapers, like local black newspapers, you'll see, or websites. Go to these websites about love spells, and
I know.
Have it still big time. I mean, since we're talking about Valentine's,
Yeah.
there's so many people who feel that, well, if I do this, I'll be loved. If
Mm-hmm.
I do this, this person that I'm lusting after
Mm-hmm.
over there, mine. And they're on such a shallow level, and they think they can just capture a person's heart. Men do it to women, women do it to men.
Yeah.
Even out in the motherland, I see these little potions and spells.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So
Yeah.
If it's not happening naturally, what the hell you getting
Don't
hurt
want
for?
it. Don't want it. Don't want no part of it. Exactly.
There's a lot of manipulation out here, and they get mad or get pissed off if the potion or the spell or
if
the
it don't work.
don't work. Exactly, because it's not genuine, because their mind said, I want this, I'm going to get this.
Yes.
Innocent, but they're doing stuff undercover and realize that it doesn't work.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It is what it is.
In the vein of what you fantasize about or what you think it is, let it come to you.
It's like this whole thing of manifesting. I feel like when people talk about, oh, you can manifest the love that you want and blah blah blah. Okay, you get fixated on a person, or whatever. You can't manifest you cannot manifest a person if that person is not yours, or is not. Y'all got to be on the same frequency, for certain things to happen. You may manifest something, or you may manifest a person, but it might not be the person that you think you're supposed to. It can't work that way, because everybody has free will. You understand? Every person has free will, and they're going to do what they want to do. They're going to do things according to, and I use heart space, because it's a heart thing, and that's how that's going to work. I get uncomfortable. Can I say something? I'm just saying it. I can be honest. I am going to go out on a naivete limb right now and say this, right? I did not know until a few years ago. No. Let me stop. You always have those spiritualists. We know we have them. I'm not stupid like that. We know we have those spiritual people, but they were always in a little storefront, or in a room upstairs somewhere, or they weren't. What I'm saying?
But you had to pay them money. They were broken poor,
Yeah.
but they knew the difference for your life.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. But what I'm trying to say is this internet thing, right? This social media thing that now has excuse me, sorry, has people advertising that they can cast spells for you. They can cast love spells for you. They can cast spells to hurt somebody for you. And you know what the part of it that surprised me was the fact that so many of our young people, young women especially, they're putting it out there. I can do this. I can make this happen, and if you cross me, this and that, and people are falling for it, and young people are running, tripping over themselves to go to these people to put quote unquote spells on innocent people because they're not getting their way with that person or with whatever it is that they think they want. They're not getting their way, so they're willing to go and pay money to hurt someone. How
Yeah, but
does that work?
what they need to do is go back in their own life and change the rhythms of what brought them to this desperate point. What brought them to this point of desperation where they're looking at the hourglass, the sands of time, going through more to the bottom than the top. Because you can't, like I say, like I always say, you can't smear chocolate icing on feces and tell somebody it's chocolate cake. They'll believe you until they take a first bite. And plus, what is this really? We don't, it's not made to order. Yeah, we say manifest, but we take it in the wrong way. Like me, I manifest a visual on paper when I take my pen and my pencil and put it on there. That's the thing, something within my reach, not some fantasy of something that was put in my head through a TV show when I was a little boy, or for a woman, a little girl. And we have this thing in our mind, or we watch the videos, and this, for the women, this dude drives down with a blazer on, no shirt on, and a six-pack in a luxury car. Back then it was Jerry curls, and it's sunny and perfect that day. And he just looks at you and just nods his head, and you jump in. This fantasy foolishness has got to stop.
Right.
Take accountability. There's no way any of this will work. I'm not saying it will work, even if you were cleansed. But we need to look over our lives to say, well, how do we get here?
Work on yourself, man. Work on yourself,
We're projecting these future events that probably won't happen because of failure in the past in our lives. Let's deal with that so we can live with ourselves. And when we can live with ourselves, then now we'll attract something. But look, the main thing is that when you attract what you are, you see what I mean?
True.
That's it's not about me. You can try to manifest all you want all day long, but you attract what you are.
True.
If a person symbolically, I'm not saying, I don't even know the role of black holes in the universe. I can't say, but I'm just using that term, meaning an empty space that sucks things into it and pulls things into it. What are we pulling toward ourselves? And if we change ourselves and get accountability, then that magnetism will be erased and something better will come. But if we have this magnetism with us, like I always say, you can take a crackhead, you can take an alcoholic, say he lived all his life in New York City, and you send him out there with some distant family in Montana where there's no speed limit. And somehow, some way, he's going to find somebody, or he or she will find somebody like-minded. That crackhead will be gone all day, and he's going to be somewhere else where there's another crackhead way out where there's hardly any people. Like-minded people attract each other. I've been doing that a whole lot recently, just moving about the times that I go out. It's like, wait a second, how did I meet this person who decides to be on YouTube, who's proven to me this whole thing, and we got so much in common, or this in another vein or another vein, because really and truly, I've been staying inside a lot, and I've been putting serious work and really thinking, meditating without saying I'm going to meditate. You just end up meditating. It's like when you go shopping by yourself and you're there and you're taking your time and you're deep in thought and you're taking your time and you're looking at the label and you're humming a tune and you're stop over here a little bit and you're just flowing. That's what I've been doing a lot of, even though physically I've been inside. The internet, I've been absorbing a lot, which that's not the only source, but not like, oh, I'm just looking at things on the internet, but just flowing into things and teaching myself things and elevating. And time for me, I'm gonna say it the normal way people say, oh, I got a problem. No, I don't have a problem. This is an advantage. I have an issue with my perception of time. Like folks, my friends of mine, hey man, I ain't speak to you in 3 weeks. I'm like, yo, it felt like 2 days ago. Because I get so deep and so focused into what I do. And see, because of that, I've been learning a lot at an accelerated level. not outside of myself, but the universe on the inside, manipulating righteously and changing and cleansing, and even being held accountable by myself for events that happened 20 and 30 and 40 years ago in my life. Like, oh, okay, I was wrong in that. I can see that now. And people can call it prayers or whatever, but it's a will that you have to correct and autocorrect. And because of that, things that are coming into my life are accelerating. But see, that's the way to do it. I'm not saying I'm right and I know everything, but I know if you clean house and get ready and clean house and prepare and do all the things so things are right in your situation and face the accountability of what the things that you've neglected, only then you will account. But if you leapfrog and you're mad at one situation and in pain, you got to get over that.
Yes,
just
indeed.
Because that don't mean you're going to get it, because you got to go back to the end of the line and deal with the things in your life, the things that you may feel are a failure. You can't take a new situation or force somebody by a spell or some kind of manipulation into something to help you heal, because they can't help you heal. You'll still be an empty vessel on the inside. So the external won't take care of that. I mean, if I eat food, there's no way I can lay around and knock everything on the supermarket shelf on the floor and lay in it. That's not going to feed me.
That's a good one.
I gotta do it inside of me, keep myself cleansed, and then prepare it the proper way.
That's
but we
right.
want to fix. Oh, let me just go somewhere to somebody and cast a spell. It don't work that way. The currents of spirituality, and then we have the will of people. And then we have what they were ordained to do in this world. If I'm ordained to perform a task 10 years from now, I wouldn't suggest it, but I can walk through gunfire, opposing sides on both sides of the street, bullets flying, and not one will hit me.
That's
because
it's not for you. Exactly. So
how dare these people who go to the people to cast spells think you can override destiny? But because their own selfish wants, and you're going to go into somebody's life and override their destiny that's way bigger than what you want. This is something that divinely has to happen.
Exactly.
You can't just get a person and pull off the tree like a mango because you want. That mango might be to feed a little kid 3 days from now that's hungry and needs it.
Exactly. Listen, Jamaican people, there's that stereotype that a lot of Jamaican women run to, the Obia man, voodoo man, seer man, woman, whatever the case may be, right?
I'm the most voodoo person in the world, and it ain't.
Listen, and when they want a man, some person that they go get the Isla hold me,
Right. Let's just be real. Let's just be real about it. You can stick 16 ounces of your blood, mix it around in my food. And if it ain't gonna happen, it ain't gonna happen.
It ain't gonna happen. Listen, no.
Let me say when you make the man have the period.
No. Listen.
You can give me that.
Listen, let's back up a second. Let me
just say one more thing. You can hold me down, put a gun to my head, and say, if you don't smoke this crack pipe, or you don't smoke this crack, Lance, I'm gonna put a bullet in your head. And I know these guys are serious. I'm like, okay, I gotta smoke this crack right now. But my will and my destiny and my strength and my focus, I'm gonna smoke that crack. And you're gonna not shoot me. And the next day I will not have a feeling for it. And I will feel all the things. I'll be like, oh my God, this is better than the orgasm. Oh my God. But you know what? The real orgasm, the real rest, the real ability to work. I know the wholesome so much. None of this stuff can pull me.
I've seen where shit backfires. I've literally seen where people tried to do the same thing to manipulate a person to be with them, right? And guess what? They did all the Isla hold me. They did all the come to me. They did all the separation candles because they wanted to separate them from whomever they were with, and all of these things. Granted, one aspect of whatever they were doing worked, but guess what? they never got the person. Somebody else got the person. You see what I'm saying? So they did all the shit to mess up a person's relationship, to take them away from who they were with so that they could come to them, and it didn't work for them. Somebody else got the person. And
But people
I know of what I speak.
just pick off.
Hmm?
People are not like groceries on the shelf that, oh, I want those oats over there. Let me just grab, I want
Right.
this. Not made like
Right.
that.
You know?
Because the person's right on the inside with themselves and the universe and their creator, they will never get what they're supposed to, or what they
Mm-hmm.
think they're supposed to get. It's not going to
Mm-hmm.
happen. And this life is too short. Why fiend on something? Let's just be super raw. Why
Mm-hmm.
fiend on something where 10 years from now, 30 years from now, 2 weeks from now,
Mm-hmm.
2 hours from now you might be dead. Like why are we for years focusing on this thing that's beyond our reach? If it's gonna come, it's gonna come.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But and we fiend on things, and so this is why it gives me a sense of urgency. I'm like, I'm not gonna be here forever. Let me do what my purpose is,
Right.
because this
Right.
is fleeting. This life is
Yeah.
fleeting. I'm
Yeah.
not going to sound like somebody who is trying to get you into Christianity and this life is fleeting and then you're going to die and save your souls. No, but I'm just saying we're here for a reason. And with every passing day, it should be more important that we fulfill our destiny. Look, look. I'm a man. My penis gets hard without even the thought of sex sometime. That's just how the body works.
Right.
If I let that lead me, I couldn't do what I do. But I see the future. I see what I need to leave behind. I need to leave a piece of my essence behind. There are children coming up that, not because I'm the all-knowing, but I'm a lightning rod. I catch things and transfer it. I'm like a plate. I don't feed you. I just hold the food while you eat.
Exactly.
So I'm full of nutrition because of my own wisdom, and I can tell you. So no, I ain't that bad. Because if I was to know 1/1 millionth of the secrets of the universe, my head would explode like a firecracker.
For real,
Like,
for real. It's so
I'm
true.
not that bad.
So
I'm
true. Yeah.
I'm just a lightning rod to transfer in a special way, in a way that you can digest it.
Because the more you know, a smart person realizes that the more you know is the more you realize you don't know.
That's right.
Because you're always learning. You can, there is no such thing as reaching the pinnacle of learning. You get to a certain level, and you're like, what's his name, Andre the Shields, he accepted an award the other day, and he said the top of one mountain is the bottom of another one, so you're
Right.
always climbing, you're always reaching, you
What a
know.
splendid journey that is. I mean, I would never really want to be there, because I'm not
Yeah.
going to say I get depressed.
Yeah.
But imagine there were no more mountains to climb. There's every day there's something to learn, something to incorporate, not just learn and let it go through one ear and out the next, but there's something
Exactly.
to incorporate. That's the true joy. And even now, then when you have it that way, the experience of life and helping the experience of other people's lives, shining the light that you have inside of you to help them make their way. But if
Exactly.
if you put the flashlight down and just sit in one spot and say, this is it, or I'm going to direct how this is, then you're not connected with the currents of life that may pull you to a different part of the sea. Because if you're still in a boat, it's going to take you somewhere. A lot of times when we're rowing the boat on a very aggressive sea, it's an exercise in
futility.
futility. Exactly. And we're going against what is going to take us where we're going to go anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like I said, if we just submit, I'm not saying give up and not have a goal, because I'm pushing hard toward my goal, but I have agreement from the universe, because where I'm pushing, it's pushing me. You see what I mean?
Right.
I'm not putting my own limited mind to say, I don't want to go there, see, I want to go over there. But over there, I may not ever see, because the sea is pushing me somewhere else. So let me roll with it and enjoy the ride.
Exactly. I agree 100% with that. You can't fight against what is. You really can't, and that's what we all need to come to the understanding of. I'm still learning. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Sister Mika. You're always learning. You're always learning. I lost my thought, right? I had something.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's
It'll
okay.
fall.
It'll
Go back.
come back.
Go back.
It'll come back. It's just something
That's
you
just like
said.
that money.
Hmm?
That money you're walking around with in your pocket, and one of them other ones you don't check, and you walk around broke. You think you're broke, but you got money on you. And then when you go to wash those clothes or those pants or whatever that outfit, and you find like, wait a second, I've been walking around
I
here
did
broke,
that the other day. I did that the other day.
$300 in my pocket and didn't even know it. So
Well,
forward it.
mine wasn't $300, but it was still money.
What kind of paper is this right here? Yeah, you were like, what kind of paper is this right here? It's like Mr.
But you know
the
what?
other day. She left something for me in the fridge, but put it in the back, like on the bottom. It just happened to be there, and it was something I love. And I'm like, oh, she always does that. That's why I got to thoroughly check the fridge. And it was late at
She'll
night.
just hide it in plain sight.
Yeah, she baked something, and I was like, wait a second, I didn't know this was here, and I tore it up.
I'm sure you did.
I tore it up. She makes that hibiscus tea, and she makes the regular tea, whatever, and she doesn't make it too sweet.
Right.
Like with the regular tea, it's barely like it's like drinking water, but you can kind of taste it.
Blush.
Yeah, yeah. But she'll take the bottled water. I'm saying this to make a point, and she'll like take the top shelf and make all of these like the bottled water. I can't throw away. I can drink the water, but save the bottle for the fill up with the tea. So it'll be like, let's just say like 20 teas right there. And I'm up and I'm slamming them. I drink 6 of them. So what I've learned to do is take the regular plain bottles of water and put it in the back and boost it up so it looks like it's full.
You're a mess. Lance.
And she don't realize that 2 days later was, wait a second.
There goes that kid. Let me hide it from mommy that I drank all the juice.
It's like when you have company over your house, like when I was younger, and yeah, I was bodybuilding and stuff like that, but I might have like distant cousins or somebody over, and I head out, and I got, you're supposed to be, nice to people and stuff like that. And I might be a little lean in the pocket, and my parents are home and they're doing whatever, and I might slip out late at night and go to McDonald's, right? But this is what I would do. I'd bring the McDonald's home, or Angelo, my friend who worked at McDonald's, would knock my door late at night because he would close, and he'd bring me these big bags of McDonald's because he couldn't keep it overnight,
Right.
I would eat up all that McDonald's. I'd hide and eat it, and I'd put the bags in the next door neighbor's garbage can so they don't see that I ate it.
Oh my gosh!
You left some food out for you. How come you didn't eat it? Oh, my stomach was sick, whatever. And next door is fries, is burgers, Big Macs, soda, all this stuff, like a pig out meal.
That's so funny. Back in the day when, and we've gone sideways a little bit, but back in the day when, I used to eat Kentucky, I loved Kentucky Fried Chicken, when it was Kentucky and not, when it was Kentucky Fried Chicken, not KFC. Yeah, I loved it. Okay? No shame. I love their coleslaw. I love their biscuits. Their mashed potatoes.
The season.
My God. Yes.
It was never enough.
And I had a friend that worked at Kentucky Fried Chicken, not KFC. And listen, there were some times when, bills came around and things were not, in abundance and stuff like that.
All the time.
And I would go there and my girl will hook me up. Okay? It was like when you come out, you come up with like 3 bags and they're thinking, oh my God, she ordered so much. I probably spent $20 and came up with almost $60-$80 worth of food. No,
let me tell you, when the KFC got good, right? My father would, instead of us always going, there was a lake named Lake Sebago. Sebago.
Right.
And they had sand on this lake, kind of artificially, but it was a lake, but it was like a beach too. But it was a big lake. And on one side of it, you can cast out your line and fish. And I had a nice little parking spot, nice little spot where there's a general store and they sell bait there and all kind of things. Really peaceful. When I do come back to America to visit, I'm going to find that.
You want to go there? Where was it located?
Upstate New York. It wasn't far. It wasn't far, like super far, but it was upstate New York. Lake Sebago. You know, I'm
Okay.
gonna Google it and find it and see how far up it is. But oh God, I'm forgetting my point now. What am I about to say? What were you saying before?
Your father, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh yeah. But sometimes we go fishing right there in Queens, right by
Mm-hmm.
Beach Channel High School, and this was as
Okay.
Beach Channel High School
Mm-hmm.
was being built. I watched it like you know, I'm not gonna say in a few months, whatever, but I remember this one particular summer there was Rees Park, not Rees
Mm-hmm.
Rees Park,
Mm-hmm.
and park there, and then you can see the bridge, the second bridge to go over into Rockaway, about near Rockaway Playland, and
Right.
it's like a long walkway right there by the water, and the
Mm-hmm.
water wasn't like dirty or anything like that back in those days.
Exactly.
There's fish right
Exactly.
there, but
Mm-hmm.
then
I know exactly what you're talking.
Broadway Boulevard and Howard Beach on the way
Mm-hmm.
out there, there
Mm-hmm.
was a Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And one day he got everything, the buckets, the reel. He had his fishing rods. We got the bait because they had a lot of bait out there. There was a lot of fishing going out there in that time. And I don't think it's like that anymore because you know, in the modern day, before I left, I never saw so many bait and tackle places there. They weren't there anymore. But back in the day, it was there. So we got up, we got ready. And, you know, he was like a lot more, he was lenient with me with certain things once a week or something like that. You know, my mother also, but it was him more. It was a little secret pleasure of going out and getting something to eat. So we went
Right.
there by the KFC, or Kentucky Fried Chicken as it was called back then, on Cross Bay Boulevard. Before we crossed over that second bridge to go out to Rees Park, we were ready. It was like maybe 11, you know, around that time. We got up late. We weren't people to get up like 6 in the morning to go out there. So we were out
Right.
there and we went to stop to get something to eat, but we didn't have no breakfast, right? So we're sitting there eating. And we were out in the car. We didn't eat inside. We were out, well, actually the van. He always kept vans. So we're sitting out there eating. And I went inside to get some more grape soda and I ordered some more chicken and some more mashed potatoes. We're eating. And we sat there. And we were so satisfied. We turned around and went back home. We didn't want to fish no more. As we told everybody. And then everybody, see, the tradition in the block was when whoever went fishing,
Mm-hmm.
if you caught a sizable amount for yourself,
Mm-hmm.
you gave fish to other
You
people.
shared
Now,
it. Yes.
you weren't fishing. All of a sudden, you had fish at your door. Like, yo, I'm giving you this. To pick what you want. We're
So
gonna save
people were expecting you to come home and share your fish.
early. They were barbecuing. They were out in the yard, watering, doing stuff. You left late, but what y'all? Oh man, the Kentucky Fried Chicken. We ate it. We sat out there for about an hour after we ate.
Oh my gosh.
Some more. We gave all these bones to the stray KFC parking lot dogs. You know, he always got the dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We came back home.
Listen, man.
That's how it was.
I miss those days. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of miss those days, you know. Yeah, I miss that. I miss it because there was still an honesty about fast food at that time, you know. Even the Burger King, you know, you knew because it was brand new. And I mean, McDonald's had been around for a little bit longer, but you know, all of these fast food places, there was an honesty about what you were eating. And you were getting real food. You were getting real meat, real fries, you know, real everything. And you could taste it. Listen, there was no burger on earth better than a Burger King burger. What? When you saw the smoke coming out of the smokestack and you could smell the char on the meat, it was like always said, put McDonald's fries with Burger King's hamburgers, and you've got and McDonald's soda.
People
You
would
got
do
the
that.
perfect meal. Yeah. Back in the day. Don't do it now. Because I hear they're putting the jab ingredients in the fries.
But they have what is the embalming fluid called again? They say
formaldehyde.
that formaldehyde in
Yeah.
fries, and this is why when you eat fries now, the roof of your mouth is like it feels it's this funny thing.
Yeah.
Way.
Yeah.
Hell,
If you don't see them slice those potatoes, you know, like when you go to Five Guys, and I'm calling out people's names now, but if you don't see them slice those fries and put them in the fryer and fry them up and take them out and give it to you,
you confused me for a second.
yeah.
I thought you were naming a porn flick, but I forgot. Five Guys is
Five
a restaurant.
Guys. No, I'm not there yet. I'm not ready for my Five Guys experience.
May not be a bad thing, right?
I might be dead. I'll do
I've seen
it.
that in real life, and it was not just Five Guys either.
Oh my God. No, Amir, it wasn't human meat back then. I know about Soylent Green, and I know that they were experimenting at, from a certain time back. But there was, for the most part, real, beef. I think that we started playing in dangerous waters when the gluttony came in, when being a chef became but now became vogue, because there was a time when being a chef, you made money, but you weren't making the money that chefs make nowadays. Now everybody wants to be a world-class chef, you know.
Yeah, they watch them HD TV shows and think they can
Yeah,
live overnight.
exactly. The Food Network and, all of those things. And, gluttony became the order of the day. And you say to yourself, where are they getting all of this meat to provide whatever it is that they're providing for the masses of the people, when they're saying all you can eat buffet, all you can do this, all you can do that? Where are they getting the meat from? They have to be getting, and ground beef is the easiest thing to hide certain things in. Let's just be real. You know,
No kind of
it,
cat and dog.
exactly. Oyal, are you laughing at me? It will never be Five Guys. Not in this life anyway.
Well, sometimes it's Five Guys on the payment plan.
No, it's Five Guys in my mind.
Sometimes we don't do it all at one time.
It's Five Guys in my mind, but never in real life. Oh my God, let me stop that part of it. Yes, but anyways, you know, um, yeah, we went sideways and we started talking about food, and but hey, guess what? Food is also part of Valentine's. Food is a big part of it, because people want to be taken to, if possible, they want you to save up your money all year so you can take them to the finest restaurant. Okay? This is how you show me how much you love me, right? Take me to the finest restaurant. If you're married, you say, hey honey, take this money and go and get yourself a nice outfit, whatever, if it's not a surprise, and you go and you get a nice outfit, and he has reservations, and he takes you to the finest restaurant, and you get to drink the finest drink and eat the best meal, and you get a nice gift, whatever that may be, keys to my heart, or keys to whatever, you know what I'm saying. And then you go
Let's
home
just be honest and play the song.
and you, there goes the key. Oh my God, I haven't heard that in so long. Stop. Stop.
See that part there? You see,
Oh my God.
doom. That's when you're really in it. See, the beginning is a warm, but here it come again. Watch this part here. When it goes dum. Here it go. Dum.
Yes.
When you're full
Yes.
throttle.
Yes.
No more. We ain't doing no more foreplay.
Damn, that song does things to me. Oh my God. You are not nice on no level whatsoever. We're supposed to be having a somewhat intellectual conversation on the deceptions of paganism and pagan rituals and holidays and whatever, and you do that to me? Come on.
Well, even in paganism, people getting laid. Let's just be honest about it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not.
Keep playing that song. Great things can happen.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Azula, I said it. It does. It does. I gotta scratch my my head, my hair.
Oh, you pause there. I gotta scratch my
My head.
What were you about to say?
Well, I can't say, can I? Anyway, no, man, that's not right, Lance. You just messed me up. Come on. Whew. Okay, back to business. But like I was the scenario I was setting up, and then you go home, and the world is supposed to stop for a few hours when you go home. You know, that's what people look forward to on this here day. I want my world to stop every day for a few hours. Every
Well,
day. I
in
want
the
my
morning,
world to stop for a few hours. Huh?
sunlight hurts my eyes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
love day. Let me not start that. I got some lungs.
Exactly. Can I give you specifics, Azula? No. No. Oh, Indigo King, you are a mess. He says I better get my towel. Oh my God. Listen, Lance, you see that now? You see that? You see that? Shoot. Anyways, no specifics, Azula. No specifics, none whatsoever. But yeah, that's what I'm saying as far as that is concerned. Um, you're taking yourself to Red Lobster. Good for you. Good for you. Thanks, Kwame. How you doing, by the way? Um, yeah. People, bottom line, know what it is that you're doing with a lot of these holidays that we get caught up in. Know what you're doing, know what it's all about. Even if you've celebrated it in the past, even if you plan on celebrating it today, because I really can't see that every single person that's up in this chat isn't looking forward to something from their significant other tonight, this evening, whatever, wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is, you know, you are looking forward to something. But know what it is, know what you're getting into. No, it can't be, you have to be in a space where you're being shown those same things on the regular. It's not once a year. You're not waiting, for Valentine's Day to find out
Always
how.
celebration.
Hmm?
Why not celebrate? Celebrate good times. Whack off. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh
dun.
no. Yeah,
That's the
self-love, I mean, you know, if that's what you got to do, if that's what you got to do. Um self-love, you know? Yeah. And don't feel no way about it. And that's all I'm going to say.
just make sure you don't fall asleep.
What?
There's a guy in my job that he did that when he pulled into the driveway and he sat there. I don't know why, he had a wife and everything, and had his little lubrication with him, and he sat there and it's like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna take care of this. And just like my other friend who did the same thing, I know a lot of guys
In the basement.
yeah, in the driveway, and he's sitting there, and his wife came out to sweep, and she didn't, because she was sleeping when he came in late when we worked at Home Depot, and he's sitting there with his pants around his knees.
Oh my gosh!
And just like my friend there in the basement.
In the basement.
when VCRs first came out and he had his movies in, and he was taking care of himself and fell asleep just like that. And his mother had sent the church ladies. They would get ready to go to church. It was Sunday morning, but he was down there Saturday night. And she's like, okay, girl, the house is messed up. Go on down there in the basement. Ain't nobody down there. On the TV, and it was dark. The basement was still dark. It was like a little more lit. So, you got that switch that as you go down in those Queens houses and boom, you hit the switch. And they went down there and screamed and tripped over each other getting up out of there.
Oh my gosh.
They were talking as they were coming down. He was starting to wake up, but he was also drunk. He would always play with himself and be drunk. And he's laying there looking at him and didn't realize because he was so relaxed. They looked at his eye, stuff all over him, hand down there, still, and he's looking at him. It was like a dream to him. And when they screamed around the steps, he didn't realize, oh, snap, I got busted. They said, no, we'll wait outside. Crazy. First of all, I wouldn't even have told that story. But then again,
I wouldn't have told it either. Oh, God. Can you imagine those women?
No, but that was the same guy who brought the girl from the college.
Oh, yeah, with the noise.
Same one, yeah.
Oh gosh.
I gotta step out of the house real quick. Just going downstairs and just take me 10 minutes. I gotta take care of
some business. Right. The nerve.
Yeah. There was nothing going on between them. No romantic, nothing, no hint of nothing. It was super platonic. I mean, she acted like she was like an asexual person, like nothing. The way she dressed, just nothing. And how are you just gonna treat yourself to this? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs and just go down there and get naked. Just leave your clothes on and try to convince her or rap to her or something. Going on now, she's in a private space with you, but you just walk down slappy wet. You would have took a shower in a slappy wet, naked.
He has no couth. He has no.
Take me home, and you better take me home.
That's right. How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did he take her out to eat or something that he felt that he was entitled to something?
Nothing. If anything, she did more for him. And the funny part about it is he had a smirk on his face like it was nothing.
That's a pervert right there. That's a freaking pervert. I'm sorry.
Same guy that got on the train. Remember? Hot come. We dared him and he did it. Went down stood in front of the door on the other end of the train. It was packed. And talking about and turning his head, looking up. Looking east, looking west. Hot come. I was like, oh, hope this joker don't come and sit next to me. This is embarrassing. I don't care how much.
Pervert.
And people looking at him like, what the? This is back in the late 70s. This is not like now where like perverts are like kind of out, this guy. It was a shock. He was laughing like, hot come. What's wrong with him?
That's the kind of person can never. Is he married? Did he ever get married?
Never got married. He's homeless now. That's the guy that the brothers are homeless.
Yeah. It can't get married. Who the hell would want him?
The same guy. Those 3 stories I told you. The picture of me when I was 15 years old. Mm-hmm. That's him.
Yeah.
Standing next to me. We were in Times Square.
Yeah. Anybody else seen that picture? I had to cut you off of that. I had to cut you away from him.
You know what the picture is? I know it's on my Instagram, right? I can't find it. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll send it back to you if you want.
I'll show it now if you have it.
Shoot. Where's my other? Oh, sorry, sweetie. Can't do. No can do. Hold on. That's a lie. Hold on a second.
It looks like the 70s. I had bell bottoms on.
Listen, Lance looked like he was a 30-year-old man and he was only 17. Now, when he told me how old he was, I was like, what?
I was 15.
Just keep, we can talk until my photos open up on the on my computer. So do you want the one that I separated you, or do you want the one?
Show the whole thing. I don't even care. Show the whole thing. Let them get mad at me.
Hey, you might jumpstart something in their lives if or at least one of them.
So I'd be like, I know who he is. I doubt it. Right now, I don't think he's thinking about this. You never know.
You never know. You never
But
know.
and the reason why I don't mind, I mean, he'll laugh. It doesn't matter to him. But at one time we lost contact, and then when I was in Florida, because we weren't like primary friends, and I mean
Right.
we're cool and we're friends. We spent a lot of time together, but we met through another friend, one of my close friends, very close friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And being the fact that these guys were a little older than me, it was always like, not that I was a tag along, but it was like I wasn't the primary guy. I wasn't when I was 14, 15 years old. I didn't have the car. I didn't have the place. And these were things that a lot of these guys had and were aspiring to. So
Right.
it's always somebody that you met through another person, but you never really reach out to them like, I'm going to hang out with you all the time. It wasn't like that. So when we reconnected, it had been a few years of like from the late 80s? I saw one brother, the one in the picture from the late 80s. His other
Mm-hmm.
brother, I saw him in the early 90s. And he's like, man, there's so much about you. I didn't even know. I didn't know you were into all these different things, different stuff that he found out about me.
Right. Right.
Bottom line was I didn't talk to him till like, I remember it was 2008 or 9. It was a long time. I didn't speak to him, like 20 something years. And
Mm-hmm.
so the funny thing, he called me and we're talking friendly and
Mm-hmm.
knew what I was doing online, but he didn't say anything.
Right.
So I was like, hey, we need to chop it up, and do something online, man. They got this thing called Blog Talk, whatever. I'm thinking about I didn't do no shows yet, but that's it, man. I'm knowing how he's a zany guy.
Right.
He's like, man, I don't know you that way. Why would you want to do something like that? I don't really know you that way, man. I don't know you that way.
That's crazy.
But I'm saying it did hurt because I'm like, wait a second, are you crazy? But see, that was the same guy who would take a bunch of friends.
Yes.
He'd get drunk and it's blizzard weather outside. And you get out of a club, you may stay there till 4 a.m, but you get out 2:33 or whatever happened. The tradition is that on the weekend, usually a Saturday, you go to a little spot that's 24 hours, you get something to eat, then you drop everybody home. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Right.
folks are coming out like, 4 or 5 friends kind of packed up, and it was always a big car he had. And so he's walking out and everybody's walking out behind him. He starts looking at them all crazy. Now he's pissy drunk now, mind you. Pissy drunk. And he always drove pissy drunk and never got in an accident. And he's like, where y'all going? Very intelligent. I'm talking about, he eventually became a professor in the college. Where y'all going? We were leaving now, right? With who? Where y'all going? We all get leave. Shitting me? Oh, hell no. What you come with me for? Listen, we came with you. What you mean? I ain't no damn cab. Y'all got fair. Or you better learn how to hop a turnstile. And he'd get in the car and leave.
And leave you. That is madness.
So this the same guy that came down the stairs naked, got caught beaten off, just, hot cum. Something was missing. But some people, they have no consideration. They have no empathy, no sympathy. They don't like, at least care. Have manners, man. It's not about sympathy or empathy. Have some manners. Once you get, he's the kind of guy that with a woman, once he gets what he wants, he's up and he's out of there. Like he'll finish off fast and
don't care if they got anything out of it.
Expect me to go down there and do that? I ain't doing that. I know a lot of guys like that. I'm out of here. I got mine, and they're happy with it. They come see you another time. You know what I mean? Like, we'll get together again. Oh, so you can leave me hanging?
Exactly.
Things like that, you have to at least try. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They have a desire to do that. That should be mandatory. You know how I feel about it, but I'm just saying,
I know.
Or in every area of their lives, they're like that. So it makes me wonder, you're a professor, and at one point you were a Baptist minister, which is a joke. Probably whipped out in the office with some women at the congregation. Yeah. And it's a certain look in his face. Like, you see it coming. It's like when a person who has seizures, like, I think I'm about to have a seizure because I have a funny taste in my mouth or whatever. I would see him. I'm like, yo, he about to F up right now. I wouldn't say it like that, but I'm like, oh, God, no. Let's all go, man. Let's all go up on the avenue, man. And I say, nah, that's all right. I'd go by myself. I'd meet them up there. I wouldn't want to go. Like, I'm on my own. I know you're coming with something. You know what I mean?
No, you know what? Keep talking. Because I really want you to get this picture so you can show them. I think it's on my other phone. Keep talking. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Yeah. Don't lie. You're really going to the bathroom. I'm just playing.
I
Hold
may
up.
I may
Stop.
take a detour. Oh
What does a
God.
P stand for? A P tour or a
Shut up.
detour?
Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, but you have people like that, and they can give out this inconsiderate vibe, not even just a vibe, but they think it's something small and they can laugh at it years after years. But then when you really look at it, it's like those things add up. When you show this trait to people across the board, no matter how much you may do something to the public or in the public that may seem nice, the whispers are that you're just a crappy guy. You know what I mean? And you think because you did these things just as a photo op, that is going to go a long way with people liking you. You can't manipulate people into liking you when you're a piece of crap. And eventually people find out. Eventually the world finds out. So with people like that, you have to treat them just like that gangster or that street person that has a hit out on them. You don't want to stand next to them in the street too long, because that's the very time where the hit might happen. And you know they're not just going to say, they're going to spray the crowd up and you're going to catch it because of their karma. I don't want to be near anybody who has the karma coming for them for sure. I mean, we all have our relationship with karma. And I'm speaking symbolically. I'm not speaking any weird religion or any kind of weird practice or something that's strange, but just the balance of the universe. I don't want to be associated with a person who has a severe balance coming back to them as far as the negativity is concerned. I'm better off by myself because I don't want to catch those bullets. You know what I mean? I don't even want that to rub off on me. And as I saw over the years and stuff like that, and like I said, it's unfortunate. I won't tell a story or anything like that, but he's paying for it now. And it's not for me to say, but just that's my speculation, because maybe in his journey, there's better coming for him. You know, it's just, that's the way it is. So we got to be careful. We got to be careful, you know, like we said, the deceptive business of paganism, just deception alone. You know, people that come around you, or maybe you're playing people, you're using them or whatever, you know, you can't do that. You can't do that. And how people come around you deceptive, like, you know, being online, doing all these shows, it opens me up to a lot of energy, and you just never know. And I've been through a lot, like right now, like this time 10 years ago. Oh man, I learned online and the whole cyber thing. Like I can see it coming a mile away. But 10 years ago, you know, I've been out here for 21 years, but 10 years ago, doing shows on Blog Talk and uploading them to YouTube, and that's how I kind of landed here. Because I just did the shows to promote the other stuff on the site with artwork and writing. I didn't intend to be this guy, Lance Scurv. I mean, I had the name before that, but I didn't intend to do that. I kind of eased into this. But human nature back then, people cat fighting, that they just, oh yeah, we know you're gonna blow up. So they were like, yeah, we're gonna hang with Lance because he's the next biggest thing. I ain't got there yet. You know what I mean? I wasn't looking for it. I enjoy what I do. This is just one aspect of what I do. It's not some expectation of greatness in the engineered, man-made, carnal world. No, I don't have just this little corner right here. I'm cool. Well, are you expecting to expand your bakery across the country and across the world? Like right now, no, I'm just happy where I am. It's not like I'm not motivated, because y'all know I'm 24/7 with this on different levels, but it's not about that. And there are people who felt that I was running for this thing. No, I wasn't. And they wouldn't have believed that 10 years from that point that I'm still here right now. Coming up June, it was 10 years ago that I met Professor Griff when I went to New York City for that documentary. You know what I mean? It's like time flies. I can remember that just like it was the other day. I'm going to give him a call soon one day too. But, you know, time flies. And like I said, when we were speaking about people who want to try to voodoo themselves into, and I don't want to use that word and knock the voodoo. I'm just saying it for effect. They want to use different things because the white man has made that and demonized that. You know what I mean? But its connection to nature is something I condone. Any other thing that they turned it around to, no, I don't. As far as European evil things, when they take African practices and turn it around. So I don't want to perpetuate that by saying that. So I take that back, but I'm just had to explain, you know what I mean? But people who try to like use nature and beyond, you know, the evil white stuff, and use it for their own, like it's made to order. And how do you feel if you manipulated yourself into somebody's life and you feel that that's how you got them? That they didn't come to you because they came to you. They're there because you manipulated them. That can't be very satisfying. Now you're walking around in a state of paranoia because you know that, or you feel that you manipulated them to be with you. And now you're looking at everybody else that comes near them because they may come with a more powerful manipulation on those levels. And it never ends. Well, if they do this, I'm going to cast a spell for that. And the other ones say, well, I think they're doing something. And everybody walking around acting normal and they all twisted up in all kind of things. For what? Like I said, follow your destiny. Whatever your destiny is, roll with it because you can't stop nature. Then if that's the case, why couldn't we cast a spell to turn away Hurricane Katrina? Why is it that we can't cast a spell to stop the earthquakes in Haiti? You know what I mean? Like I'm going to cast a spell so that for the next 100 years, we're clear of it. There are things that people can do now. I understand that are very much real, but you can't be a weak vessel, a venomous vessel, and think you can use nature on your behalf, because nature has to deal with all of us as a collective. And you can't specifically just take one thing and you think and do it sneaky with a venomous heart. That disables it right there. Like I said, I've probably been the recipient of so many things cast my way. I'm still here. I'm not saying things can't happen. If something happens that's somewhat negative, don't take credit. Yeah, I did that to him. No, because I know better. I really know better. You know what I mean? Things come to me in so many different kind of ways. I think I'm the real Doctor Strange. I don't cast spells on people or nothing like that, but I'm the passive Doctor Strange. I don't do anything, but I see things. Things come to me in dreams. Things come to me in dreams that other people had, that the part of the dream that they had, they don't know what they're telling me, but it fits with what the other person told me, and it fits with what I dreamt about. I'm like, okay, I can see this now. You know, and I understand. And right now, I'm going to put it out there. I don't care who don't like it. When you go as far as an animal sacrifice on me, what are you doing to you? And now I'm going to say this on a dream level, but it's something I'm concerned with for the person who was the victim. There might be someone out here, way out in the country, who sacrificed a child. I don't know this. I'm not saying I know this or I heard this.
Okay, hello.
Couldn't tell you. Yeah, but
As the back.
if you get to
Check
that point,
WhatsApp.
yeah, okay. If you get to that point, you really are not destined for anything good in your life. Because as much has been thrown at me, I'm still here. There are a lot of people who are pissed off. But I was just finished telling them that, you know, if it gets to the point where somebody's sacrificing a child to come at me, you really got it.
Yeah. But listen.
Yeah.
See, it's like, you know, a lot of times when we're here, we're talking about karma, and I know sometimes we joke and whatever, but listen, that shit ain't taking no time nowadays, you know. Karma is not taking
Karma got the express lane.
no time nowadays. You do something wrong, and before you can even sneeze, that shit is coming back at you. You what? Listen, time is speeding up. Okay?
It's like Amazon Prime, you got Karma Prime.
Exactly. Time is speeding up. I mean, you know, and if you go biblical, it says that time is, you know, is increasing, but to protect the innocent. Okay? Because there you go. But this is where, you know, on the good end, you might want certain things to happen, and you're seeing the benefits of your hard work or what, or you know what, let's just put intentions. You put good intentions out there, but righteous good intentions, manifestations. You're seeing the results of it faster than before. Things are happening at lightning speed nowadays, good and bad. So when you do stuff like that and you think that, oh, And even if you are successful in whatever it is that you think you're doing, when that shit comes back at you, and it will come back at you, whoo, if it's even on your deathbed and you can't die because you're being tormented. One way or another, it's going to get you. You know that song, one way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you one way.
That's what the mosquito was singing to me the other night.
Did it find you? And it got you.
I was laying like I was sleeping. I had spray. I just sprayed. Oh, my brother jumped.
Oh my
It was on the
God.
floor and dead. I got
Yeah.
him. I got
Oh, good. Yeah, but this is what is happening, man. This is what's happening. And it don't come back the way you sent it. It comes back 10 times, 7 times worse. Okay?
him.
So all these people who are playing around with, basically like Stevie Wonder's song, you believe in things you don't understand. Well, you're playing with things that you really don't understand, because we say it all the time. Why is it that people can use spiritual work for evil, right? And to harm people, but they can't use it to better themselves or better society. I want to wrap my head around that. I want to understand why. Because you see, if I put out my shingles and I say that I can do certain things, right? And come to me and pay me, you best believe I'm living good. Okay? When you come into my house, you're supposed to see a representation of what it is that you're coming to me for. Okay? So if you're coming to me because you want to see your finances increase, well, I'm not hurting anybody for nobody. But if you're coming to me because you want to see your finances increase, or you want to see your whatever it is that you have in your mind to do, you want to be able to, go out there and get it done. Me, when you come to me, I must be a representation of all the good that you're looking to do for yourself, because that means that I can manifest for myself, or I can do whatever spell casting, spell work that's needed to be done to make my life better. Okay? You should be able to see it on me. And furthermore, let's take it to a higher spiritual, a higher level. Let's not keep it on base level here now. Look at all the suffering that is going on with our people in the world, right? When all of this, I mean, I know that Africa, they've said that, the C-19 hasn't affected Africa in the manner that it has affected the rest of the world. And maybe somebody is doing something on a righteous level to, to shield the continent from that, because at the end of the day, it has to be a shield. You have to have a protective shield around you, and so maybe you have righteous spiritualists who are doing the work on some level to make sure that the effects is not as dire as it could possibly be, as they want it to be. You see what I'm saying? But my point is that if we're so powerful, and if it is so powerful, why can't we use it for the betterment of our people, of the continent as a whole? Why? Anybody there can answer me? Did anybody? Oh, you put it up. Oh, okay. It didn't come over onto the other side yet.
Oh, okay. No, I
Oh,
was just saying,
maybe it did. Hold on a second. Hold on. Maybe it did.
I
It's
was
just
I was saying that I was growing it out like rough so I could have more hair. So when I made it like
yeah.
I didn't anticipate coming out that day.
Look at him. How old
15
is he?
years
Why
old.
did you say it? I was gonna ask them if they could tell.
That was in Times Square. 1978. That looks like that's those old porno colors, right? Like you could tell, like old Polaroid. That was a
Yeah.
Polaroid.
Yeah. Look at you.
1978.
Mm-hmm.
So I was
Look at me.
my hair a lot nicer than that. But what I'm saying is that
Yeah, it did look kind of rough right there. What's up,
oh yeah,
man?
yeah. That was
Like
early. You see the angle of the sun? I was mad because he came by like 7:30 in the morning, and we were out there. It's like around 10 o'clock or whatever. Where the sun was. I was hungry too. Every time I was around him, it was like I'm hungry. Every time I get around you, man, there's always that person you get around, and it's like every time I'm around you, I'm hungry. Let's do this real quick, and you keep doing it. You look around. Wait a second, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I ain't even ate yet. I'm watching joints to go eat.
Right now,
and by the time, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish that.
I was just saying, by the time you get something, he's gone. He got what he wanted to have done, and even though you eat, you're so hungry that the food didn't satisfy you. It took away most of it, but you're like all drained and whatnot, dehydrated.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah, there's a lot of individuals who want to be honest with me back then.
Can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with you?
That's when I was a church lady target. I was still, polite and everything like that, but
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well,
I just stopped for you, my brother. You gotta bring
yeah, in his bell bottoms.
Or worse, because he had like another couple inches to go.
Hi, I just started the mindset. Hello, love. How you doing? Been watching some of your shows. Hey, heart of love to you too, my dear. Good to see you. Boy,
I hit you up later on, man. We're in the same area code. We're in the same time zone.
No, he's still an hour ahead of you.
Yeah, but close enough. It's not like
close
America.
enough. It's not like America. True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Look at you in your bell-bottom pants. See? No, but my honest is, no, I can't do that. I can't be talking about people like that. I gotta be nice. Come on, behave yourself, Rose.
I had a jacked up afro that morning. It didn't help where these little kids, not little kids, but they ran up on me and put their hands and rubbed it real. And I was like, man, I didn't have no comb with me. I was messed up.
Right.
We were videotaping and stuff like that, and I was messed up. Later on, I picked up a comb out there and patted it down. But we're supposed to do this in 2 days. You come out here for this part, and my hair's not right.
Right.
I was mad. I was holding it in, but you can tell.
Right. Oh, so you're 5 hours. You're 5 hours. I just start. You're at what time is it? 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. You're at 4:30. Oh, okay. No, because I saw something.
We gotta talk. I gotta have a good old deep conversation with him.
Hey, you know what? You know what I just realized? Guess what I just realized? I just realized this as we're talking. You all didn't do your New Year's show this year.
Oh yeah, right.
Right. Because you did it last year. You did it the year before. And you didn't do it this year.
We'll make up for it twice next year.
Manners, my dear. Yeah. Manners and much respect to you, sir. I admire what you're doing on your channel. I really do. Manners and respect to you. Okay, guys. So if Lance hadn't spilled the beans and said what he said, you see, now that you said it, when they look at you, your age, you can look at you, and say, oh yeah, that's a young person. But just initially looking at you, just, you get the picture, you look at it, you don't think, oh, that's a 15 or 16-year-old. You might think 19, 20, but not 15, 16.
I look slim there, but I had a lot of muscle. You know what I mean?
You could see it in your legs. You could see it in your thighs.
Well, yeah, my thighs were pretty massive, but you just couldn't tell. I was deceptive with my clothes on, but my neck was on its way to getting bigger. It was getting thicker. At that point, when I was like 18 years old, my neck was like starting from my ear. It was weird though, because I have a long torso.
Right.
You know what I mean? Deceptive. Yeah. People who know, like when I see certain guys, certain necks, it helps you to take a blow when you get the punch in the face.
Yeah.
And it's just, people look at arms and all this stuff. I'm looking at a person's neck. That's really one of the signs. The legs and the neck, the thigh, areas where strength shows. But you gotta have a trainer with that. you know.
Right, right, right. But what the heck did I just do here? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Um, but it's funny because the one with you and Kevin, even though
Mm.
you're much, much older, you look younger.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. When you said I looked like I was about 30, it wasn't like a hard 30, whatever. It's just like the maturity, right?
Mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm.
years later, which was probably that when that picture was taken, it
You
had to
was
be like,
closer to 30.
yeah, it was just below 30.
Yeah.
And I look just as I probably look it's crazy. I don't know. I got a weird thing going on here.
Your what is that? What is that? Benjamin something or the other. Neck like a telephone pole. Jack said you got a neck like a telephone pole.
That was back in the days when I ran. Around that time was when I ran into Melba Moore, because that was
Okay.
Times Square. That was around that
Okay.
time.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
but my afro wasn't jacked up like that. Because I always kept it a certain way, and I was so mad that he picked me up, and
Yeah.
then and I had to pat it down, and we had to do the videotaping. What is it in his hand? Well, there were other people there, and they had the
Right.
equipment.
Right.
So from way back then, I'm used to being in the camera because I used to do amateur movies and submit them
Mm-hmm.
to competitions. So I learned about how to hold the camera, how to keep it centered, and the establishing shots. And these are the kind of guys I hung up with, guys older than me. And
Right.
everything I can incorporate now. It's just crazy how you can use things, little bits and pieces of information from different parts of your life to use it now. So there's certain things that I know of that I incorporate now that I've known for decades. It's not like, well, you got to teach me this one. I wasn't interested in learning certain technicalities, but I absorb information no matter where it comes from.
Right.
You
Right.
know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. Um, you know what? I do this. I'm doing this more and more. Oh, golly gee. I had something else to say and it gone. It's gone. Actually, no, what happened was I got a text and I decided to read the text. And as I was reading the text, whatever I had to say just disappeared.
Mm-mm.
Oh, did you see Jack in the chat, Lance?
No, I had the chat off for a second. I was on a different screen.
Oh, he said you had a neck like a telephone pole.
You remember them days, brother? Days. You remember those days? He was right there. He remembers those. Yeah. Yeah. I felt like I don't know. I didn't realize, when you're young, I'm not saying insecure. I was quite confident, but you nitpick your little insecurities and you don't see what you come off as. So mentally, I was strong mentally, like lifting weights or doing stuff. I had to do something. Yeah, strong mind, but all the confidence wasn't there. I wasn't a person who wasn't confident, but I had to keep checking myself. Like, say for example, you're driving a vehicle and you keep up on it, and it's tuned up and everything's ready. But then a couple months go by, but it's in the garage. You know you left it right, but now you don't have a chance to tune it up or do anything. It's past the time. Like you take it out on the road, and it's like you start thinking, is this going to mess up on? So that's where I was at that point. So I had to prove things to myself because there's a lot that I had to learn. I wasn't mature. Like I wasn't this perfectly mature person. I mean,
right.
And see, that's why, like, I found myself in situations where my physical look brought me to, but maybe I wasn't mature to deal with it. But it afforded me certain knowledge because, it made it easy to end up in and out of different people's bedrooms. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's a good thing because that's a messed up thing too. I've kind of marred myself.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I try to look at it that way, but you have scars. You have
Well, that's
spiritual
true.
scars, emotional scars, and it wasn't bad, but it was like, I saw too much too young. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I glorify those things. Like, I laugh about it and stuff like that, but I have to. I have no choice but to laugh at certain
But I always
things.
say that.
I'm glorifying it.
I always say that. It was too much. It was way too much. And I mean, okay, you have.
Sure enough, Oh, he knows. Trust me.
I'm sure he does. You know, see, Jack knows, and what Jack does is, depending on direction of a conversation, he'll come in and he'll drop a little something, you know,
Yeah.
just enough so you know, hey, I know exactly what I've been there. I know. He's not gonna blow you up, you know, but he will drop a little something in the
Right.
chat, you know. Lord,
For
that
real.
didn't sound right.
No, but I know what you mean. Your mind is getting corrupted. See that? I'm getting more wholesome and you're getting more corrupted. Look at that.
Far from it.
You. You're absorbing, it's
Far
getting
from it.
osmosis.
You're passing it off, passing the torch.
It's a heck of a torch. Yeah, but
I don't want it.
no, you can't take it all at one time like that. It's
I
too
don't
much.
want it.
That's why I
Oh,
gotta
the
go
statute of limitations has
country.
run out. You're a
I know,
sweet
right?
friend.
That's why I go, like out to the country and just think wholesome thoughts. Like,
Yeah,
ooh,
right.
because like for me, no, I know, but for me, there's no way I could handle New York City. Like I can
Now,
handle, but I wouldn't want to be, because I'd be like, I remember I was on that corner doing this. I remember that little alleyway in that
it will be
car.
sensory overload.
Yeah, I'll be like, oh man, what kind of life did I live? So this
Mm-hmm.
is like being in a witness protection program. Like they'll walk down streets where I don't have any memories.
Right, right.
So certain things you don't think about them aggressively, but they remind you. And it's like, I don't feel bad about myself. I feel good because it's like I learned so much in human nature through the things that I've been through. But there is a price when it was you who went through that. And yes, you can be cleansed and just leave the memory in a certain way attached.
Can you?
No. Well, I mean, like, okay, I spent a lot of time inside.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see the last comment from Jack, because this
You said
particular
the statute of limitations has run out.
Oh, okay. It's got to scroll a little more for me to see it. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah.
Your secrets are safe with him.
Yeah. Oh, you can tell it if you needed to, because I ain't got no shame out here. But what I'm saying is that it's like I'm detached and not a detached, but not attached, but reminded.
Okay.
But I'm glad that I've been blessed to see other things.
Right.
And for me, I do spend a lot of time, like right now, Mr. Scurver's up on the hill doing the gardening and stuff like that and getting things ready 5 days a week, all these hours. And if I have to do anything for that project and running around in offices, and I do those things, but I wake up and we have our day where we fit lock and key, right? This, I spend a lot of time inside. There's nothing wrong with me. Like, I'm a hermit. I joke and say that, but I'm not.
Right.
But it's a chance to get back those quiet moments and the times of meditation that I should have had that when I was running wild. And I thank God for the parents that I have. And I say have in the present tense because love never dies. They've transitioned.
Right.
But they gave me a foundation that I always didn't really listen to. I was not a choir boy. Trust me. I wasn't a roughneck or a criminal or knocking somebody over the head, taking their money. I was very polite, mannerable. We all were at that age. We were good kids. But I was sneaky on those levels that you know about.
Yeah, Mr. Freaky Deaky.
Yeah, but even in that, it's like a mobster who has lines that they don't cross. And if you cross it, you really have to get those people. It's like, if you had somebody in your life and you broke up, I didn't go after them. I don't care if it's 10 years from now, 20 years from now. If it was your sister, it's like, that's sacrilegious. I'm hanging out with you and I'm looking at your sister. I could never do those things. But I've had to jump out a window a couple of times. You know what I mean? Like,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what I mean? I don't mean jump with it, break the glass or nothing like that. Yeah, I told that story twice, the 2 separate times. I had to
right. I know.
Walk out of a window, right? And walk down the steps. And
no, you jumped out of a window where the angels, if there are angels, and the ancestors and the whomever guided you.
I'm not gonna hype it up. I stepped out of the window to the second floor. I mean, from on the second floor to that roof that extends, like in the Queen's house. You know, and then you go there, and then you had to drop down. But some steep more than others, and I almost got shish kebab when the iron. I was in the dark. I dropped down, and I was a foot next to this iron. You know, and the dogs, and they couldn't reach me. Wow, man!
Don't you get chills when you think about that? The what could have, you know?
Look, my sphincter muscles could have been wrapped around those poles like a
exactly. Exactly. I mean, it would have been coming out your mouth. It would have probably been coming up through your brain. They're talking about your sphincter muscles.
I think somebody jumped out of a window, and all of a sudden it was like, you know, that's what happened to them. They got shish kebab by the iron fence.
Yes, I've seen that.
Let me tell you something. I've had a lot of near misses. I'm not saying like I was some gangster no, I was a quiet guy, but there were a lot of other misses that were subtle to other people, but I know what I missed. You know, even I will say it. I'll say diseases. There are people that I've known intimately down to the years from back in those days that 6 months later they died or something. I'm like, wait a second, did they have this thing when you go get tested? Oh, I'm clean. Oh, I'm scared. And they do it in 3 years.
Right.
And so far, so good.
Right.
That's scary. Several times.
No, doing all that stuff. No, sir. Me no want none of that. Me no want. No.
So even me now, like being here, and I will say it. I'm going to say it in the carnal way. That's just the way I am. This is the capital of backsides, Ghana.
Right.
This is the capital of butts. I'm just saying that. Like, I'm glad I didn't grow up out here. It would have been problems.
How do you know that? See, okay, let me just put it this way.
No, but look.
Hold on, Lance.
I'm a old man now. They still come at me, and I'm like, right. I'm glad I don't think that.
You're a flaming heterosexual man. We understand that, and flaming heterosexual man, and you've got it going on. But I do believe, I do believe that our life experiences shape us as individuals and our
just playing.
I know our desires, our appetites. What's the other word? There's another word that I'm looking for. You know, as it relates to what we like, what we don't like, how we go after things, how we see things, so on and so forth, right?
That's a good name. My mind is working real quick, like I'm like on something. When you said appetites, we're talking about these shapes of these girls out here. That's a good name for a line of tights, like appetites.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
Could you imagine the pictures? Go ahead. My mind.
I was just saying. So the way you're processing what you're seeing happen, you know, what you're seeing in front of you in Ghana right now, in Africa, you know, the women, how they look.
Oh, they're beautiful.
They're beautiful. The fact that, you know, you like backsides.
No, I'm like an old fighter who's through with fighting, but I like going to the fights and I don't know something like.
I'm being funny.
I can appreciate it for what it is.
But you're right. I was just saying, you know, that you. I'm not saying that you wouldn't still appreciate them, but
no, I mean I see it. It's like a mechanic who's an old school mechanic before they started hooking up cars to computers. You know, and I can hear the noise in the engine or something going on when you pulled up, and I already know. I still have to test it, but as soon as you pull up, I'm like, listen, 95%. I'm telling you, this is. But let's still go test it. And at the end of the day, you're like, wow, I pulled up in my car and he told me what it was. It's like it would be.
I need somebody like that right now in my life.
I got a mark on me from those battles, and this wasn't battles, but I don't seek it.
No.
It still comes to me, but I know what it is, and I don't have to see the end of it. I don't have to be like some people. Oh man, let's check this out. No. There's always that fight one more fight, and he gets caught up.
Right.
I know what
See?
it is. I know what will happen. I can see it. I know what I can do, and I know what you're gonna do, and then what? Like, and when I say this, I'm not saying it like I have some idea of how much time I have on this earth. But when you think about eternity,
Mm-hmm.
I always say this: like, if I gave you another 1,000 years to live, there's gonna come a point where, oh my God, it's not enough. I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're all out of here soon. When you think of decades or you think of time and eternity, we ain't here too long. I'm trying to elevate. I don't. I don't
But
hate.
you know what? You know what? You
I'm
know
not.
what?
But it's just that there's no. It's a waste of time for me to go there because I already know what it is. Because, like I said, I'm gonna say it this way. I'm not saying it's being cocky, but all these little ways of communicating and nonverbal ways and all this stuff. I'm like that guy who was a computer hacker
Mm-hmm.
that when I get caught and arrested, the FBI don't want to give me a charge if I work for them. So I've mastered all of those carnal games. I know what to
But
do.
you
I still know
see,
what to do.
here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this. For you, Lance Scurv, you've been through and experienced so much. You've lived at least 20 men's life. 20 men who have really grabbed life by the balls and lived it. You've lived 20 men's lives, right? So
And
at
that,
this
yeah,
at this junction, you can say right now I'm not concerned about it. Not that you're not still involved in,
right.
the
But not
the
the same
basic
way.
things of life,
Right.
but you can say I'm looking to go higher, right?
Yeah,
most
really fast.
people most people are still not really on base level, because I don't think anybody here on our chat are on base level, but we're
Right.
not we're not where we can say, oh, I've experienced everything, now I'm ready to go higher. So
Right.
we're still looking for
Yes,
some for
orgasm now,
those.
but I mean, it doesn't drive my life.
But you know what I'm saying. You
Right.
know what
Right.
I'm saying. It's like we're still, not we, but people are still out there, and we have to recognize that and people are still looking to get something, to do more, to experience more. And hopefully they're doing it righteously so they can elevate, even though they
Right.
are
And
experiencing more,
yeah, because the
you
creator made
know?
these things here just so we use manage and
Right,
we use and I've
right.
abused myself. I understand that, and I take full,
That was that
accountability
was
for
a
it.
part of your, like I always tell you, those experiences are what allows you to have
Right.
this platform right now, and to be able to handle all the things that comes with having this platform right now. You understand?
Right.
Because another person couldn't do it. Another person couldn't give their phone number out to the world and find a way to interact with all the people that come at you, that call you, that text you, that email you, that all want a piece of you, you know. And somehow you are able to accommodate them.
Very shrewd bit of wordplay. Ah,
It's like Azula just said, when she hears, I do believe, and can I be honest with you, she can't hear those words and think the same anymore.
you could be somewhere at a memorial service or something, a corporate, meeting with CEOs, and I do believe. What the hell you about to say?
Oh my gosh, I know. Wait a minute. A girl's room has been typing some stuff up in here, and I don't know what, but she said, I guess somebody that she was dealing with wound up in a mental institution. Girl, what are you talking about up in here? Um, anyway, I can't go back. Oh, I had I had a friend that did black magic and white magic. I believe he was probably trying to put something on me, but it backfired and he went crazy. I didn't see him anymore, I guess, and then recently she saw him and he said he wound up in a mental institution, or she got a phone call from him. See, another person said that some girl tried to put a spell on a man for him to fall in love with her, and it backfired, and she drank the wrong potion or the wrong drink, and she wound up falling in love with a guy. And you see, when those things happen, I wanted to say that earlier. When you do foolishness like that, right? And you try to use something to get a man or to hold a man, and then it works, and now he's all over you, and you can't stand the attention because it's too much. You understand? These things have a way of not working the way you think that they're supposed to work. Because any day you decide that you've had enough or your belly full from this person, you want to move on to a different menu or a different meal, you have somebody that's stuck on your backside until they snap out of whatever it is that they need to snap out of, and you won't be able to deal with it. That's reality, you know. So she wound up drinking his drink and fell head over heels in love with him, and he probably didn't give two shits about her. So she messed up herself. Can you imagine?
Mm.
Please.
Mm-mm-mm.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
So, like I say, for me, I've had experiences that people would say are otherworldly and different things. I've had things happen to me recent. I mean, like last year, and I was on the phone with you when something happened, but it's not maybe an actual thing you can touch or whatever, but it's something that you pick up when you are vibrating high and you kind of see it. You know, it may not be something that somebody else sees. It's just something that you're
something that you see, yeah, because it's meant for you to see it.
Yeah. But I've come through. I'll tell you this much: I've come through within the last year, probably the most and heaviest spiritual
Oh
attacks
my
in my
God.
life. I mean, straight up.
Listen,
Yeah. To
that
endure that and go through that.
I'm
And
surprised you're not in a mental institution. And
exactly.
I'm not gonna say exactly. And you remember the day you went out? You remember the day that Saturday you went out and you got turned around? That was bad.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
was,
you
I
can
can
tell it.
say
Yeah, please.
he went out. Listen,
The
this is one of
daytime.
in the daytime. This is one of those times
No.
where I wish I had a GPS on his backside. No, this is not funny. It's not funny. It's not even funny because whatever was going on, whatever was happening, it was getting to his head big time. And he left the house to go somewhere and got flipped on his head, got turned around completely, had no clue where he was, didn't know how he got there, didn't know how he was supposed to get home.
Right.
He had to call Mrs. Scurv, and she started freaking out because she didn't know. It was like, just get a cab and come home. Get in a cab, and I think she had to tell the cab driver where to bring you.
Yeah.
Because you didn't know where the hell you were.
Yeah, that stuff is real, but it's
It
not
is
going to
real.
I've been there, and I know, and it hasn't stopped, and I'm not giving it more power than whatever. But now that I know, and I equip myself and got grounded more, with the Creator. I'm not saying which way or whatever.
Yeah.
They bring it. That's why it's a fight, because there are people right now that want me dead, physically dead. Like they want to, if they can, I'm not talking it up or whatever, but me living and thriving and shining and stuff is very important for them to me not to be around. That's what it is.
That's it. Sweet D, if you say that, I wish I had I know you didn't, you're not saying it to me, but I wish I had a GPS on his backside. That wish can come true for me. That's okay. I'm good with
Yeah, that'd be messed up. I'm going to the bathroom. Nobody, we didn't say a camera.
Where is he? Okay. He's in the bathroom.
But like I'm telling you, there are people.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, no, I know. But there are people who can get envious of your trajectory, right?
Yes.
And because of their voids and because of their insecurities, which are well hidden behind an engineered facade of confidence and I know this and influential and I talk in measured tones and all that, they're like insecure little boys. And I don't even push myself a certain way like to the world. I'm just a regular dude who has experiences and I share them and I love to have fun. And
Right.
even Griffin here can tell you I like to laugh and have fun and whatever. I'm very passionate. You know, in the back of the day when I was a lot younger, I was passionate to the point where sometimes I had a little temper, but I had to temper that down. So I'd rather,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, there are people who see your trajectory,
Mm-hmm.
see that you have a lot of room for growth because you're not hung up on yourself,
Right.
and they can see it. You know,
Or
like I
they
said,
think they can use what they think is your weakness against you. You know,
right.
they try to use the thing that they know you have a penchant for, that is I mean, okay,
Exactly. That's a law of the universe.
we were just talking about it, and you've gotten to a place where you've you've digested all that you've done in your past, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so using that to come at you,
It's not going to work because I see it.
well,
Because
you know, yeah,
like I say, the
yeah,
drug dealer that sold drugs in the corner all the years and may have gotten an arrest or two. You know, he operates on a certain level where he, more than you who don't sell drugs or out in the street, he can tell you who's about to come to cop drugs just by the way they're looking at you, the
right,
feel, the
right,
instincts. So I'm not going to sit here. Oh, I am not like I don't have those abilities. No, I can pretty much hang out with a woman for 3 or 4 minutes and tell you exactly what she's into and what she wants to do and what she's thinking. I can pick up on the energy if I want to open up that portal of my mind that can discern that. I'm a
right,
villain that way. You know what I mean? And I can see it. I can feel it through. I can feel it through cyber conversations. I can
right,
feel it. I already know. And it's some places you can't explain, but I mean, it was always deeply on some spiritual level. And I had attacks and stuff from way back then when I was doing all that decadence. I
right,
didn't tell a lot of people a lot of things, but it's been there. And it's been something that wasn't a weakness. It was an indulgence that I mastered because the evil forces of this universe wanted me to be that person to lure people into certain things. And that's why I know certain things so well. And you know, I'm not saying I'm some guy, I do this and I do no, it's about just the connection and it's powerful.
mm-hmm,
You want to shut
mm-hmm,
it down because you'll attract people with that, like the floodlight in your backyard, man. You know, you put that floodlight on, you're gonna have all kind of things flying. You know, the other houses that don't have it on, the bugs are not gathering up around the back of the roof. When you put your floodlight on, you know, I could conjure things up at certain points in my life years ago when I had that thing on me really strong. If I
mm-hmm,
was a path mark and I said, you know what, I'm gonna meet somebody today. Not only
mm-hmm.
that, I'm gonna meet them and later on that night, I would just think that. And friends were like, oh, you crazy. After a while, I was like, man, how'd you do that? I didn't know, but I had that thing on
Right, right,
because I was given that kind of favor. And if I'm thinking carnal, I'm doing the work of something that is very evil. And I did that. I did it. I didn't say I wasn't into no devil business, you know what I mean? No evil business, but it was like it was sport and play for me. And then I
well, you see,
realized,
you had the ability to, you know, you had the ability to manifest your desires, you
yeah.
know. Now you used it, fortunately for you, you used it, you know, in a way that was acceptable. So no,
But you know,
therefore nothing came back at you,
much as I
you
tell
know.
those stories and seem like I'm, you know, I gotta make it like funny when I tell stories, but
Hmm.
like if I can do it all over again,
You know what?
I no, and I know because it made me what I am today and all that stuff, and I have a
No,
purpose in the world to
yeah.
help with certain things that I may see and stop dudes from getting caught up and reckless and getting dying of AIDS or jumping out some woman's window and getting killed when the husband come home that he didn't know exist. I
Hmm.
understand all of that, but it's a heavy burden. It is, and I'm human, and to be able to see certain things on a certain level, like I want to see something different.
Right,
I
right.
don't look for this stuff, but I just see it, and it's like I'm still in it sometime. Why am I seeing all of this?
But
And
you know what? I
it's
think,
not directed at me. I see it in other people, toward other people, and it's like I don't want to see. This is why it's easy for me to stay inside the house. When my projects are done and I've got a 10-foot wall around me, I can walk out and be
you're a
free.
mess.
Yeah.
You're a mess,
Free,
mess,
free
mess,
in nature, you know what
mess,
I mean?
mess.
So when it comes, even out here, it's like I'm not trying to go back in that world.
Right, right. I'm gonna I'd venture on a limb to say that quite a number of us for the most part, if you go back and you look at experiences that you've had, and I'm talking to folks in the chat also, folks, I mean, experience that you've had, situations, good now, and we're not talking the bad stuff, good situations that you found yourself in. I would venture to say the majority of you can actually admit that these are things that you manifested. You thought about them, and eventually you found yourself living out those things. Because I know for me, the jobs that I've had, the good ones, the ones that made, means anything to me, places that I've lived, things that I've done, were all things that I literally manifested. I know that when I go back and I look at it now, if you had told me the path that I was going to have to take while these things were being manifested, I would have said, hell to the fucking no. No way. No way.
Because
No absolute way.
that was attached.
Exactly, because
Realize
it's not all, cobblestones and smooth sailing with rainbows and whatever. You go through some shit, but you get to where you're going, and you wind up there, and you're like, oh my God, I thought about this. Oh
Did I
my
tell you?
God, I
Yeah,
saw
yeah,
this in a magazine,
yep,
and now you're there.
yep. Well,
You
see,
know,
every step of the way here in the motherland, it wasn't
yeah,
of any people who are already here. Without, I ain't gonna say, but we all can read between the lines. We have been fought every step of the way on
yeah,
those, like,
yeah, yeah.
and it's a surprise, but it's not a surprise because I saw a lot of red flags before I came out here. But I mean, to
Hmm.
go that deep,
You could never have imagined that.
going up in the mountains and paying people to do things,
Mm-mm.
and they sacrificing this and that, and you telling people that you wishing this on this person, and they can't do
Mm-mm.
this, they can't do that. Well, now you look stupid because we're doing it.
Mm.
You see what I mean? And what kind of hate did you harbor in your heart long before
Mhm.
that wasn't evident?
Mhm.
And you see traces of things, and it's like, yeah, it can't be that, man. But then when you look back, that was you being warned.
Yeah.
You see? So
There you go. There
you
you
see
go. There you
going forward,
go. Mhm.
and now it doesn't surprise, but what is it that I did? I'm not, so some
What do
people,
you have to do? What do you need to do?
the thing is, collectively, people can get together in their collective envy and their collective insecurities and go up and go up a little bit, but never go up
Yeah.
further. And you
Yeah.
realize that they are their own curse because they got issues from years ago of things they shared with you, and you're like, okay, I understand. Maybe you need to go back and take some medication or whatever. Narcissist and all that stuff. What I'm saying is that I can't help it if I'm confident in who I am. I have no time to be a narcissist. You
Mhm.
saw a picture of me when I was 15 years old.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, you saw a picture of me there just a little while ago when I was 15 years old. I was a neophyte compared to who I am now, but women weren't a problem. I wasn't out there doing, I was doing little things with it, but I mean, look, I made it a special way. I was born in the city. This is who I am. I don't have to
Mhm.
rehearse or have to manufacture. Well, let me put on this outfit. Let me wear this ankh. Let me say these words. Let me go plagiarize somebody else's YouTube video
I
and say
got an
something.
onk ring. I should take it off.
No, but it does. I'm just saying, people use
I'm
things as
messing around.
and
Yeah. But you're
performance,
right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely. But you
but
know
they
what?
every day and just flow from the heart. I'm not saying that I'm some gifted rapper, but I've lived my life and I don't have to rehearse it because I've lived it. It's me. It's like when they flew me up to Jersey to speak at that college that time, and the girls the night before, do you need extra time to rehearse? I said, rehearse or study or take notes. I said, no, I know my life. I'm talking about,
Right.
I don't have to rehearse that for anything. But when you
Right.
have a fake persona that you want to put out to the world because it garners you more narcissistic attention, and eventually
Mhm.
possibly you can pick from the litter of the people who lust after you or like you, and you can manipulate them to have more women and go really against what you put out there, then
Right.
you kind of get mad at the guy who can do it. And I can go up on the rooftop right now. And I'm like, I was telling, who was I telling it tonight? I think it was Onika. I was telling night before. I said, listen, half the time I'll have a general idea of what I'm going to speak about when I go up on the rooftop. And usually I start out one way and I ramble somewhere else, right?
Right.
But I don't have it written. Well, let me take notes. Let me think about this. No. A lot of times, 85% of the time, when I speak, I usually speak on something different than I thought I was going to speak on. Like I'll say a general direction, like when we say, okay, you hop in the car and you're going to say, Lance, where you going? Oh, I'm heading out west. Where you going? No, I don't know. I'm heading out west. So I have an idea of what I want to touch on. I don't need no scripts. I don't have no thing where you see me glancing down at. I'm looking around. I'm just talking. It just flows. Sometimes, one time I was up there for like 2 hours. And sometimes it's coming to me like, I mean, let's just be nasty about it. Sometimes you go to the bathroom, but you go to the bathroom so much, you don't even know what it looks like until you turn around, right? I don't even know what I'm saying all the way because it's in me so good from experience. When it comes out at the end, I'm like, I got to listen to this thing because maybe I was talking stupidness. I don't rehearse that. I'm not engineered.
Right.
I don't like, we start out on a topic, but then we go all over the place, but it's a flow.
Exactly.
I can't help that. I can't, that's just what I do. I take a paper and I was a kid in a restaurant with my parents and I'm scribbling something before they really knew I can draw as not even single 4 and 5 years old. I was like, wow, you did that? That's just what I do. I'm in the moment and I'm connected to people around me and the atmosphere around me and I can flow instantaneously.
Right.
And who don't like that because you show them up because they want to use that thing that you have, they want to manufacture it and use it as game. They have to be the one who's at the podium speaking truth, and they have to be the one, and you don't need to be going.
Shame on you. But let me ask you this question.
You need to make people miss you and don't go online so much. These people have told me this directly.
I hear that all the time.
You need to shut it down. You're in America now. You don't need to do this now. You're going to live a different life. This is me. Look,
right.
And I'll shut up after this. Ask Jack Griffin. I was always talking, always laughing, always seeing things in a zany way. There were days, I love Muhammad Ali growing up. There were days I talked like him the whole day. I didn't even use my voice. I like imitating people. I'm not doing this for money or hits. I don't get no hits on the Shadow Band channel, but I put in on this show for 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Well, you were supposed to imitate me, but you can't do it.
Oh, it's coming. I'll do it within the month. I'll do it. I'll do it.
I'll probably just come off the stream, just be like, I'll be like, oh my God, no, that's it. I can't listen. I cannot listen. But okay, what I was going to ask you, before you left America, right? And you were seeing certain things. Wasn't there a little voice inside of you that, was like, if it wasn't for the fact that you truly wanted to get away from the foolishness that you had experienced here, you probably would have said, you know what? No, I do this,
Say it again. I got distracted. There was a noise outside. You mean the things that I used to do, or
when you were here in America, right? And certain things were being said to you, and you're scratching your head like, why would they even say that?
Oh, you mean the red flags?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
wasn't there a little voice in you that one side of you was like, do I really want to do this?
As far as coming here?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, aside.
No, I understand what you're saying. My thing is that come here without anyone else.
You would right, because
no influence. Because the influences and those who are formerly around me right to the core, but I don't really get into that. I'll let karma expose them over time. But the shock for me was that the imagery was so different from what I mean, you couldn't believe how different. Like people do things in the past and they stop, they learn, they chasing down white women in the past, and you realize to the very, and how I mean, I never ran into an entity who was so different than what was put out,
diametrically opposed to their public
this is a real diametrically opposed. I mean, like, so like you want to be a cult leader for real? No, not that they said that, but you really want to be a cult leader? You really left your mate for real for
Lance.
you know, I can't believe it. You
Sir.
manipulated this thing for years to get into this point, and now it's revealed, and it's like, no, I can't support that.
I know.
I can't do that.
Right.
And you have people who are diehards, like they hear things and they throw things out and twist things around.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
jealous
Yeah.
of me. Yo,
Yeah.
I'm the one who worked hard to, you know, I believed in, you know, and I'm like, yo, this is what has been going on. This is the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
And to have a whole bunch of people.
That's a shocker.
Yeah.
That was a shocker.
They're hating on you.
Mm-hmm.
And
That was
they're
a
putting
shocker.
little minefields and bombs engineered to go off in your life and throw you off. And you realize that you've been given bad information and they're talking about you and they're trying to turn these people against you. So one of my strong points, you ain't hurting me by cutting me off from toxic people. You actually making me see it better where I can enjoy myself. And I really am. I'm not saying that like he's lying. He needs, I don't need all that.
Right.
I mean, because truth be told, when you put certain energies out there and when you live a certain way,
Mm-hmm.
just no way your life is going to be right. And it, when you remove yourself from certain energies and collectives,
Mm-hmm.
see how you're glad that you got off the boat, the big cruise ship that's sinking, and you're in a little small boat getting
Dinghy.
away. Yeah, you're watching it sink, and you're like, "Whoa,
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad."
And you're far enough away that way the undertow won't pull you down.
Exactly.
You know,
Because my life ain't jacked up like that. You know what I mean? There's no way that I can produce and do these things. I just got into it deeper, but there were some real attacks, and you gotta feel stupid when this stuff don't work. Like I said, and I've noticed from experience,
but you know what?
You don't have to fear any of that stuff, because if it's your destiny to go to a certain place, and I don't mean the European white man God, I'm going to say God. I'm not going to get into all this hocus pocus thing, but when God has something for you, there's nothing that's going to stop you, even if you're raised up from decadence. I wasn't raised in decadence. My parents didn't put that in me. I went and did them things myself. What I'm saying is that I come out of that and I'm protected, because to me, the things I've done, like I always say, it's like running outside in a thunderstorm, in a hurricane, running outside and around the corner and coming back inside and not a drop of water hits you. There's so many so many levels that I had. There are people who set me up for certain things, and I was in certain situations and came out of it and realized my death was planned, not because, oh, we were going to kill him, he's some great guy. No, just because I was that guy at that place that nobody really knew, but they would have ripped me off or do something to me or would have used me for something they thought I had or whatever. There's stories I haven't even told. Trust me. That's why I speak the way I do. That's why I'm going to speak every day and share my life. We're going to laugh. I'm crazy sometimes, but we're going to share some life stories. That's what drives me. I'm not going to leave this earth without telling some things that can help somebody else.
Yeah.
And go na to those who want to see you downfall. Telling it out there, oh, his platform is done. The only reason why they're there was because of me. You know what I mean? Come on, this is what I do. And I mean, I've never seen grown people be so mad at I'm gonna say it excuse me, Christians, I'm gonna say something, a goddamn YouTube channel. What the hell? Dude, let's stop it. Man, when I was on the bus, man, you ain't Lance Scurv. Because when I handed him my card, we were talking about different things. And I spoke about, what I do, whatever. He says, that sounds like what Lance Scurv. I had my hat on. He didn't know. I said, Lance, I am Lance Scurv. He said, no, you're not. You're not Lance Scurv. I took the hat off and handed him a card. And I looked at him. Oh my God, you are. And I'm like, what are you going like that for? I'm not even Lance Scurv. I'm Lance Scurvin. That's not fake. I just changed the name around. All I'm saying is that I'm not even caught up in the graphics and the intros and the Lance Scurv show.
You're not?
No, I'm not caught up. No, I'm not caught up in that. People meet me in the street. I can't believe you talking the same way. A lot of people out here. There's some brothers I met that work in the shop right down here at the mall, and they were like, "Yo, you really are like the way you are in the shows." I said, "That's me," but I don't get caught up in that. Like so many people, the hits and notoriety, and they work hard for this thing This thing don't care about you. This thing don't give a damn about you. This machine called YouTube and the emptiness you feel inside. I really have to speak about that because I've been pulled out into waters that are deeper than most who are out here from experience. I'm not better than anybody, but you can believe that I've seen things, not that you can't see them, but to really see it for what it is, how people come at you because this person that's been out here for so long. You know, and people treat you nice. Yeah. There are people who are straight envious. Like, you know, when you have these games, the football games, you know, like they have the one in Orlando, the Classic, the Florida Classic. And I've been there all these years and can't even tell you the teams, but they have the Rattlers and they have this other whatever, and they play every year, and it's a big event around it. And you see these guys, you know, the girls come out half naked, and the guys come out with the cars polished, you know, the donks with the high big tires and the rims. They usually rent the rims. And one dude's at the red light, he looking down at the next person's rims, and this one, and they eyeballing each other. And when the girls around the car and they got the thongs on and the high heels, and they all oiled up the tiny little waistline and anti-gravity titties, they looking over the next man like, yeah, look at this, look what I got over here. Probably don't even know the girl. What I'm saying is that they're so carnal and they're so superficial and stupidness because one day all of these shows that I did will be gone. One day it'll get so old there'll be a catastrophe. What if YouTube gets bombed by a nuclear bomb? We're gone tomorrow.
But you'll be on your website. You ain't going nowhere.
That may get. But what I'm saying is that this world may be so. You know, I'm not claiming any doom, but we're on the verge of war. America's on the verge of war with Russia behind this stuff, and we're going to do a show. You know, Brother Dave contacted me. We're going to do a show on that.
Okay. Yeah, he was in the chat. Did you see that? He said ASAP.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't.
he said. Yeah, he said reach out to him ASAP.
Yeah. I'm sending him a text now, actually.
Okay.
So yeah, talk to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell him I'm gonna call him after the show.
Okay. Okay.
What I'm saying is that human nature, man, is so twisted on stupid
fickle
things. Matter.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying everybody, but so many people want to be the star and they want the spotlight shined on him. And this is a stupid way of getting that feeling. Why do you want that feeling anyway? We all have good things inside of us. We all want to shine, and we all will shine in our own way, the way God put it in us to shine. I may not be able to shine like this next person with the talents that they have and with the things that they do. Why am I mad at them? Why is it that I don't want them to have what the Creator put for them? That is sick. I can't help it if I have multiple talents. I can't help it if I'm truly confident. I can't help it if I had both parents growing up and they loved me and took care of me. Some don't, and still good. I'm not saying that there's anything less if you weren't, but whatever it is in my life that I have, there's things that I felt bad about for a while. I didn't go to
but you know what?
Mentality.
That's society. Yeah, you know.
Right. I felt bad about this, and that. My life, I don't know how I could look. I'll just say it this way. I don't know how I don't mean it like I was out there on some drugs. No, it was never that. It was just the women, right? I'll say it this way. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I just don't know how I'm still alive, still sane, still sane, and in the life that I'm in, because technically with my trajectory of the things that you know, and there's a lot of stuff you don't know.
You going to tell me?
Oh, yeah, I'll tell everything when I'm on the show. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that technically, I should be here,
right,
like this, doing the things that we're doing and looking forward to some time on that level as much as I can be blessed that way. And they're done things right and ended up other places. And I'm like so thankful for that. And I know that's why I ain't taking no risk with no kind of. I'm not even taking no risk fighting nobody.
Right.
I'll do it myself.
I agree. I agree.
And if you come at me to take my life, you're going to end up seeing your folks that transition. No, I'm vicious that way because I got to this point. My life detoured in so many different damn ways. It was like I'll never get to the destination. I'm not going to say I gave up. I just never looked for the destination, the ultimate destination of the things I wanted. I was like, okay, if it happens, it happens. It's like you in New York City and you say, okay, I'm gonna take a drive to California, Los Angeles. I'm gonna take a drive. Eventually, I'm gonna end up there. Well, what the hell am I doing in Bangkok? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Nobody knows that I got to go wash dishes somewhere for no money, and I got to get back to America. How do I end up? And then you on your plan for 5 years or 6 years, and you suffering, and then you end up in Venezuela. Like, how did I end up here?
Exactly.
That's what talking heads. And you may find yourself with a house and a beautiful wife, and you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here?
You remember that story you told the other day about that girl? How did you wind up there? How did you get there? You still trying to figure that one out?
I've been trying to figure that out for so many years. That I'm dropping a girl home who was hitting on me, but she was stranded, and I knew I had control. It was no thing like that. I was not just going to leave her, and she was trying. So when we pulled up where she lived, boom, we're talking in the car. I really wanted to go. And she's trying to be flirtatious, and then the little titty kept hanging out. And I'm like, I know what time it is, whatever. And then all of a sudden, I'm waking up in a bedroom with my shirt off, and my zipper was open. Like, how the hell this happened? And she comes in the room and tries to convince me and stay and I want to make love to you. I'm like, yo, this is a straight setup. And I heard these little bit of noises. I'm numb. It was almost at the same level of madness that I was in when I was here in Africa, and I went out in the daytime into an area I know so well down here, and I couldn't tell you where I was. I couldn't tell you where I was. I didn't know how to get out of there. That's like you going to 2 blocks away from where you live, which was further away than that, but I know the area. And then I started panicking, like, what the hell is going on? I didn't cry, but I was crying on the inside, like, oh my God, I don't know what. Look, that was the closest I've been to madness in my life. I've never lost control of my sanity. Never. And I was actually losing it. I don't do drugs. That day, nobody could have slipped anything on me. Unless she wouldn't do that.
Right.
So I know that these things, you're strong and you can be connected and you're going to get through it and you'll always overcome. But if you drop your guard a little bit, these entities is evil. It does have come. I mean, okay, many of you are not Christians, some are. But symbolically, they say out of heaven, Satan left and took 1/3 of the angels and they became demons. So I use that in my life where people who are around me who you thought were angels symbolically, they part from you and they become the most evil thing, but they were always that because they had that hook in them where they thought they should have been the one on the throne. I don't have no throne. I'm just me. And anybody who meets me will never forget me. And I'm not saying that cocky because I'm going to touch them in a certain way. We're going to connect. I remember I was laughing at inside jokes that I made with people from back when I was 15 years old in that picture. I don't forget certain things. Our inner circle of friends, and Jack Griffith will tell you, we'll just bust out with a man or just bust out with something, but it means something to us where we know that we can decode it. You'd be like, these people crazy. They making noises and all kinds of
right.
But that's the way I am, and I don't forget. I don't forget things. I remember things.
But you know, the kicker of that whole story is that you never saw her before, and you were a bus driver driving a route that she just happened to decide to come on and stayed on the bus with you just about the whole damn day, right?
Yeah.
Never saw her before, never saw her again. How does that work?
Right.
Who was she? Where did she come from? Who sent her? That's the question. More than anything else, who sent her?
Well, the living room when I left out had about 15 dudes in there, just chilling, looking thuggish. When I broke out of there, they look at me, and I heard one of the guys like, "Where's he going? Where's he going? How did I get in that room?"
That's what we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
And then when I went back with a guy who used to work with me in corrections, and he's a deputy now. And I said, I don't know if I want to make this. I want to see, let's go back. I want you, it wasn't something official. It was like, he was on his day off. He's like, let's just take a walk around. He parked the car around, his car. We went over there.
Mm-hmm.
That place was empty.
Mm-hmm.
There's an old man who lives across inside that, I can't say subdivision, it's like a court where you have different apartments and it's like 1 story here, 2 stories here. And he's like, I never saw anybody over there. They were prepping the place.
Hello. Did you hit the mute button? Sir? Is it me or did Lance fall off, guys? Because sometimes I know my computer will start acting up. I just want to make sure. Is it me or is it him? Is it live or is it Memorex? Let me look. Lance? Okay, so he is off. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, he fell off. Well, like he was saying, my question to him was, who sent her? Who sent this person that felt the need to attach herself to you the entire day? The entire day, back and forth, on each trip up, each trip down, this person was there. And, till it was nighttime. And okay, now it's time for you to go. Got to take the bus back to the base, whatever. And
Yeah, I'm back.
she needs to get home.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. The computer's messing up on this, and I had to come in through the phone, so I'm gonna wrap it down soon. But but let's just finish up what we were talking about. And
turn up your volume a little bit on your phone.
Okay, I just got to come closer to the.
Okay.
Let's get the headphones and put it on because maybe it sound better. But yeah, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying about the fact that this woman decided to basically attach herself to you for the entire afternoon. Going back and forth on the trips.
But I had women that would do that, like on a flirt level, but it was never like, it was just like, I like you, on a ride with you. And there might have been like common friends that I knew along the route where I kind of knew they liked me, but they didn't want to go home to a lonely apartment. And it wasn't like overt sexual, like I'm just gonna ride with him and I'm gonna seduce him type thing. It wasn't aggressive. But I've had situations like that. I've had women who come from out of town and they ride and they ask me questions and, can I ride down with you again? And you're a cool guy. You want to come by? I'm at room 528, so and so hotel. There's a lot of that. You won't. I'm not saying you won't know it. You know how life is, but there's a lot of that going on. People who try to appear one way, and like I said, I'm not going to knock anybody because we're social creatures, and a lot of us get lonely, but it comes out in a sexual way. You can still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm going to put this headphone on, so I guess we can carry on. Good to have options.
It sure is. It sure is.
Because I don't want to hit the button and end the show because that is like right down. I know
you see that, right? That's very scary.
Yeah. Yeah, but that situation during was the Twilight Zone for me. I'm gonna put my headphone in. Let me know if it sounds better.
Much better. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Oh wow, yeah, and you sound much clearer also. Somebody can soundbite that and turn it into something else. Yeah, see, and yeah, because I'm a comedian also. So when I'm quick. If I was a baseball player and a comedian, I'd make baseball player like jokes.
Oh God!
But being a sexual person and being in those worlds like that, I can't help but make jokes
can't
like
help
that. You joke what you know, but it's playful and it's innocent. I'm like a little kid. I've always been that way, changing the words around in a song and some funny stuff, whatever. That's just the way I've been. I can't help that. But yeah, that and what happened, and I realized that those who you think are in your corner, who you thought were in your crew, they're trying to snuff you. It's like
And then when you dig deeper and realize that, you know, you got some secret handshake people around you in that same, and you're like, wait a second, you speak against this, but you laying up with one. And she down with the whole, it's just crazy. Evil. I'm talking about, and
Straight
I'll
up.
tell you this much too. The most evil people can be and appear to be the most wholesome. It's crazy. And you'll meet them and you'll be like, nah. And what they do is that they see where you're going. I don't mean like, oh, I'm going to the store, where you going? But they will travel in circles
Right.
that they know that you will be in or you're partially in. And their job is to defame you to ahead of time. So people who were cool with you, they have turned them off to you because now they think you some kind of creep.
Right.
Let me tell you something. There have been people that have come on the show that these entities that many of you know real well have gotten close with them because I was always, hey, you know, meet this person. Here's their number. Why don't you get together? Why don't you, whatever? And then they never call me back. But then they hooked up with them. But then they have turned them, and you're like, okay, maybe this is just the way it is. Or they play dumb. It's like they're hijacking what you're trying to build because they want it for themselves. But they're already very successful. So money-wise, so why are you trying to keep me? And this is not a money thing. This is a passion thing. But I know one thing. When you have passion for something, eventually money comes. But I'm not looking for it like, I'm going to get into this. Like, I didn't say 21 years ago, there was no YouTube, no Facebook, no Twitter, no Instagram. There's none of that stuff. There's Black Planet and just, I like writing. And I spent hours writing. I spent hours drawing. It's to the point when I got into this, I didn't have enough time to draw anymore. That's the original reason why I came out here.
Right.
That's my original love. I'm hurting to draw more. You know what I mean?
I know.
And this is just to promote what I do. But like you see me getting within a certain point. Maybe, let me tell you something. I'm gonna speak in the Christian vernacular. The devil knows the blessings that you have coming before you do. Before you know it. See, they see, because like I always say, on a spiritual level, on a spiritual level, they operate. Spiritual just means you operate. It's like radio frequencies. It could be a show with cussing, or it could be something decent. They all operate on the same frequencies, but what's the content? What's the charge of your vibration? And my vibration is not that same charge, but it had to hurt them to hide the venom. And they do good things. They say good things. But their job was to bring me down. I'm like, you know, you help to influence. It was good. I wanted to also, but they really were like, because we're going to get you out there and we're going to snuff your spirit and possibly take you off the face of this earth. We want to kill your spirit, though.
But you know,
we can't have people. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish that. I'd finish that.
Yeah. See, we can't have anyone. We're assigned to you to kill your spirit, number one. That's what we're here for. And if we get the body, fine. And that's been put out there also. And I'm going to make some videotapes that come out. If something does go down, that they can't stop. It'll pop up where it's name and names, and you'll be surprised how evil people can be.
I wouldn't be surprised. I experienced it firsthand as a young person. Because, see, this is what I'm going to say. Parents, grandparents, speak into your children's life, their greatness. Okay? Let them be aware of who they are. Because when you're not aware, and like Brother Lance just said, these devils out there, they look at you. They don't have to, sometimes they don't even have to go and do a read up on you. They can look at you and they can see your trajectory. They know what you have inside of you. They know what you came here for, because you have that look. Okay? We have a look. And people will see that and they will say, fuck no, that can't happen. Why? Because they got kids too, and they want their kids to shine, and maybe they're not seeing, you know, that same kind of upward rocket boost in their children. So they don't want that for you. They don't want you
Right.
to go. So
And,
if you don't
and
have
whatever's coming is going to
parents,
come fast.
there you go. If
It's
you
not.
don't
Yeah. Go
have
ahead.
parents who speak who you are into you, so that you know without a shadow of a doubt, you know who you are, and you have a very good idea of where you're going, what your path is, what your plan is. See, when you know that, people can't come
Yeah.
at you like Brother Lance is just saying. They can come at you, but they won't be successful. When you
Yeah.
don't know, all manner of things can be thrown in your path. You will ultimately get where you're supposed to go. It's just that the
Yeah.
time frame is going to be off because you've gotten so many obstacle courses that you have to go over, go through, go under, go around, that by the time you get there, you're like, oh my God. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Let me use myself. You think 5 years ago, whether I knew Lance or not, I thought that I would be working or doing this on his platform with him. Now, this is not to say that it's not something that I thought about in another life, because I wanted certain things to happen with someone else, but it just didn't happen that way, you know? And so
Right.
when you don't see it, you go through the foolishness that people use to block you. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, ultimately, things that are supposed to happen will happen. Ultimately, it's just that people will mess up the time frame. That's what I really want to say. So we have to speak into our children, let them know. Listen, let them know. Even if you don't
Uh,
see it, even if they're not acting like they're going to be great, tell them they're going to be great. Tell
I'll
them
tell you one
that.
thing.
Hmm?
No, just say I'll tell you one thing. My mother, not that my father was a dummy, because he was a foundation, and both my parents were a foundation. But my mother had that extra thing that she spoke about things that I had yet to go through long
Hmm.
after she had transitioned. Like, it
Hmm.
just bugged me out, like things I had to watch out for, and not just like, oh, here's a list of so and so. No, but she really would say things. We would be doing something in the kitchen, or just in, my father might leave the room, and she says, Lance, just out of nowhere, this is what you're going to have to watch for in your life. And this is what people are going to try to play on with you, and so and so. And I might
Hmm.
be 8 years old. Like, what the heck is she telling me? You know what I mean? But I don't forget those things. And she'd remind me and say different things, whatever. But I know what it is. It's like she saw it,
Hmm. Parents
even
can see it.
my friend Kevin was like, your mother always said things and it's like they would come true or whatever. And one thing he said about her, she never feared death. She never
Hmm.
feared anything. She
Hmm.
wasn't some MMA fighter or whatever. I'm just saying, if she had to go somewhere and it was a certain time of day or night with her, she never had no fear. And,
Hmm.
and, and nothing ever happened. But like what she would say to me, and I'm not trying to make it like some movie and dramatize it up, it's straight up the truth. And that's why I am the way I am. Even when I was out there doing different things, those things were on me in a good level now too. And so when you pull away from those things and you're not going to be used to bring other people down to their carnal weaknesses, then now they have to get you.
Well,
And
moms
there are a lot
protect
of
their children too. Righteous mothers cover their children, and grandmothers. We cover our children, because we know that no matter how much you tell them, and you have kids, no matter how much you try to guide them, if it's in them to go sideways, they're going to go sideways until they come back to center. So the only thing that we as parents and grandparents can do is, while they're going sideways, you're covering them. Whatever it is that
right.
you got to do, whether it's through prayer, whether it's through fasting, whether it's through manifesting, projecting, intentions, whatever it is, you have to do that for them.
Well, she
Because,
lived in that. She
yeah.
lived that way constantly. And it wasn't just a Christian thing. It was just that, she was raised that way, but it had the wrapping or sounding of it that way, but it
Hmm.
was much
It's
much
fine.
broader because
It's fine.
she would
Yeah.
tell me things. I just couldn't believe it. So that's why I have some of those abilities, not like her. I'm not going to claim that or say, yes, I am this, whatever. But I
Hmm.
will tell you that it's getting stronger and stronger fast. It's like whatever destinations I was supposed to reach in this
Hmm.
world and in this
Hmm.
life, I may have taken the path away from it on my own foolish, choices and decisions. And I take full accountability for that. But when you're put back on track, you will be put to the head of the line to go right back faster and end up there. So this was a lot of this wrapped around and what I wanted to do. Come in here and say, okay, you want to do that too? Okay, good. We're going to take advantage of that. We're going to bring these negative energies, but nothing these entities try would work. The worst of it was when I was out there and confused that day and you heard me over the phone and I was really out of it, you know. And after that I realized that I had to settle down and get right with myself. You know what I mean? Because this stuff is real, but most of it is hocus pocus and it ain't. But some people, you know, especially when you're coming with something. So this is why it's very easy for me. There's a joy in my isolation. I mean, I do unexpected things. I don't broadcast it sometimes. I may go here or there later on tonight. I'm not afraid to walk in the street at night. It's much safer here. They got guns out here too, but nobody really pulls them out. Things happen. People rob people, but it's not really like that, like the same way in the same level in New York City or in different places in America. So I'm much more. See, what people don't understand is that you can drop me in the middle of China, right? And if I have my finances right, whatever, I'll find a place to live, whatever, until I'm ready to get out of there. But I'm all right. See, I can make friends with people. I can get around, and I'm very content with being by myself. See, there's a flip side of me. Like I'm both ends. I can be the life of the party, but I can lock myself inside somewhere and get so deep into what I'm doing, it baffles the minds of people who say, wait a second, he's inside there and he didn't come out all day? There's certain like aside from my trip to the market, was it yesterday? I can't even tell you. It was yesterday, I think it was, right? I was inside for, not counting that, I've been inside for 4 days, except for the rooftop. 4 days. 4 days. And we just went there and came back real quick. But 4 days. There's sometimes I get so deep into what I'm doing or a state of focus on what I'm going to do as far as my plans are concerned, where I'll go a day and a half and not eat. Not eat. I'll drink some water, sip some juice, not on purpose. Food sitting right there.
Right.
I might be up all night. Miss Scurv makes some food for dinner. Okay, you're not eating right now. I'll leave it out for you on the stove. She'd go to bed, wake up in the morning time to go up and deal with her plants and stuff. And she's like, you didn't touch the food. Why? I said, I didn't realize it was there. So those are the places that I go. And so that's why when things come to me, for me, I'm not trying to be somebody's prophet. All I'm saying is that I know when I'm guided a certain way, but I've been through some very rough times and times that can shock you. And if I could really reveal, I mean, I'm not scared to, but that's not my place to do that, to stir up drama. But if I could tell you what I've been through in the deception, you'd be knocked. You'd walk out. If you're naked, you're going to walk out the door and walk down the street holding your head. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm not going to say you're doing it. I'm just saying that for a fact. But that's the level it's on. And you know that because you saw every step of the way. And you couldn't believe it. There's several other trusted ones that know certain things. And, you know, by their own hand, the world already knows already. Not because I said anything. Right. And I have said some things, but the work because of their own doing. You get tripped up and your life will be screwed up. Be careful when you dig that hole for somebody because you might as well dig a hole for yourself. I got the popcorn. I'm chilling.
Dig
you spoke
2.
death to me. And,
dig 3.
Yeah. Yeah, dig a whole lot of them. So, you know, it's cool. I'm not saying it's cool. There's somebody in the room here. Can I hit them? I don't know. Yeah, I think I can. Okay, yeah.
What happened?
Boom. No, somebody came into the chat. Maybe you did them already. I think. You know.
Maybe Oyala. I don't know because I didn't see.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did it. Okay. I did it.
Okay.
Yeah, but then see, I thought that everybody's life was like. It's the same level of absorption of what's going on around them to learn from it. And the rapid fire situations I've been put in one after the other. We all go through things. Granted, we all can get a certain depth. I'm not saying I'm better than nobody else, but I had a whole lot of opportunities to learn human nature in the class of life. And now that I have time to be quiet a little more and just think and do and just zone out sometimes. Just zone out for an hour. Just sit there, just stare off, whatever. Still sane. There's so much depth to this
sure?
thing. That's like,
yeah, sure.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
That's like candy to me.
And you know, you got to be a little bit crazy to deal with with YouTube and the internet world. You know that, right? You got to be just crazy.
Well, what it is that you got to walk close to the edge of insanity, but nowhere not to step over and go there. You see what I mean? You know, you
Mhm.
got to know where crazy is to not go crazy. Because if you, I'll never go crazy, then you step over the line and you crazy. Now you can't
Yeah,
come
you
back
are
because
crazy
you don't know
because
where
you
the line
didn't know.
is.
Exactly.
Exactly. No, I know where it
No.
is. You know, but online, you really, people talk about the hype, like, the metaverse. I always say hyperverse,
Mm.
right? The
Mm.
metaverse. If you online right now, you already in it. It
That's it.
seduced your mind, and it
Long time.
expanded your mind and
Long
opened up
time.
portals
Right?
of connections and communications where you, if you're out there enough, you will have people who you don't know who will have a connection with you because they're emotional or they hate you or they love you or whatever. You don't
Mm.
even know these people. They can search you and stalk you, find you, see what you're doing, make different profiles, hang around you, actually talk to you, and you're thinking you're talking to one other person, but then there's somebody. It's crazy out here.
Mhm.
And the people that don't even know you that envy you. That's the crazy
Mhm.
thing. They don't know you. You
Mhm.
put stuff out there, you're in your own lane, or they want to use you, and it's not everybody that's bad, but you'd be surprised. You know, in these shark infested waters. It's like the
Right.
Hudson River back in the day when it was so filthy. You might see a needle from a heroin addict that they just used that's floating down there. You might see a diaper or some shit floating by, and the water was green and nasty and stinking. And here you are on the circle line going around. Oh, it's so beautiful, New York City, and you don't know what you're
Mhm.
swimming in. You don't know when you go online what you're opening up yourself to, because we talk about the fact that we want privacy, right? Oh,
Right.
I ain't gonna tell my
Mhm.
business. But you take pictures inside your house where people can, you in your garage. Oh, I see they got a brand new Benz. Oh, I see they got this or they got that, or the new person you with, or whatever. I'm gonna be honest. I put out false information sometimes. I've always said it. I'll say I'm here and I'm not there. I might be home and I'm telling, I take video when I'm out somewhere, and when I'm home, I say, man, this is a really wonderful day, man. I'm really enjoying this and whatever. I have to. I have to. You're not going to know my coordinates unless you really know me. I might go to an event and not show it for another week and put it up online, or something that I did, or say I'm going to do something. And then you drive past the event and you see 2 or 3 people who just want to go there because you're there. But they don't really talk to you or really know you halfway, but they just want to be in your business. People will send people to you to find out certain things, and you think it's by chance, and it ain't by
Right.
chance.
Right.
It's
Right.
weird. It's weird. It's weird.
Mhm.
Emailing you,
Mhm.
or watching your shows and trying to figure
Mhm.
out, or let me go befriend Miss Scurv so I can
Mhm.
get in.
Mhm.
It
Mhm.
ain't gonna work.
Right. Right.
To me, right now,
Mhm.
it's like a video game. It's literally fun right now. It's fun. It's like them video games you see on Facebook, and somebody's running down the street, another person runs and knocks them down. They go fall off the building. You know they never die. They get up and run again, get hit by a car,
Mhm.
and they go hit somebody
Mhm.
else, and whatever. It's just like that. It's like, okay, what is it going to be now? Because I would say it like this: I love my life. There's a lot on the cerebral level I'm doing. I'm excited about tonight. There's things I'm going to be doing behind the scenes that I'm so excited about.
Right.
So it's not, but to other people, when they look at it, they say, man, your life is boring. And to them, I would agree with them and say that it is, because I'm here in the motherland now, a new country. But if you notice, I don't go out as much. There will be a time very soon when I do that, when other things are completed, and I will go and show you more. I just show you stuff right on the beaten path. But when I start getting around and really showing you the views from mountaintops and the events and the certain people, not in
Mhm.
these old toxic, crusty groups that are so, the nigger federations that bring the roaches in the boxes when they move from one apartment to another.
Mm.
I don't get down after what I've seen. I don't get down like that. I can't. It's too toxic. I didn't come out
Right.
here to wallow in toxicity. I came out here to pursue a path that's uncluttered, that I can get more into what it is I'm supposed to do, because I'm blessed at this time that I can still talk to people all over the world. What if I came back here? Well, let's just say, what if I lived back in the 1940s and I was this age and came to
Mhm.
Ghana? You wouldn't hear from me no more except for a letter every few months. You know what I mean? But right now,
Exactly. Exactly.
I can lay back. Even the signal for the other internet was blurry, and things that happened on that computer. I changed over, went to the phone, got headphones. I'm laying here,
Mhm.
you know,
Oh,
t-shirt,
you're
the
you're
fan
laying
on.
down now? Woohoo.
Oh, I'm laying down, boy.
Mhm.
This ceiling fan feels so good on my balls. I love it. That's why I can't show the picture.
Oh my
You know,
gosh.
I'm stupid like that. You ever see a
Mm-mm.
butterfly on a leaf and the butterfly wing closes and opens up? Well, that's my legs right now. The fan hit me. I love it.
Mm-mm. Oh
Total
my
freedom.
gosh. Oh
You know, I got to
my
shock you every now and then.
gracious Lord. Oh God. Mm-mm. Ah, help me, help me, help me. Oh dear.
No, but seriously
I
though.
am not visualizing anything. I am not visualizing anything. Okay? I am keeping my mind clear. I'm looking at the chat. I'm not visualizing anything at all.
Uh,
I
you ever
see
see
you
that
with
cat?
clothes on.
Right. You ever see that cat or that dog that's on the carpet in the living room, and they on their back, and they just got their little dog got their little paws up to the chest, and
I
just
know, I
laying there. Oh,
know.
look, they smiling.
So who's tickling your chest for you right now? Who's
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, well, I got the phone in my hand, and I ain't tickling my chest. You know what I mean?
who's
It's
rubbing
like
things for you?
goatee style, Amir.
Oh, golly gee. All right. Behave, behave, behave. Hi, Ren. Reese,
Too much
come back to
information.
life, honey. Come back to life. Come. We're trying to make you laugh, Reese. Come on.
Like, that man speaks
Oh
so
my God.
spiritual and bust out with something carnal.
I know, my gosh. How does that work? Dear Lord.
Uh,
We couldn't get past today. It couldn't happen. Could
King
not
God said no
happen.
picture painting.
I see that. I see that.
Well, remember when I said that I might wrap it down because the thing is the phone's working good and the sound's good, so I'm like, let's
Sounds
roll a
good.
little
You're
more
just
before we
gonna
shut it
lay
down.
there and
Exactly.
feel the breeze and
I'm
vibe.
sorry, Ren H.
Oh my God. Hey Zon, how you doing, dear? Oh my gosh, this is too much. This is let me see. They had a goat commercial. Yes, they did. Yes, they
For
did
real.
have that goat commercial on Super Bowl last night.
I
Oh
got to
my
see it.
gosh.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull it up.
That was
Like
a lame Super Bowl. That
one day,
was
like
lame.
when I'm in those moods like that, I'm gonna leave off
Mm.
from being in front of the computer, just lay down and be on the phone. If the sound sounds good. It does sound good, right?
It does sound good. Yeah.
Okay. These little
No, I don't
headphones
know
and the
what you just
phone.
did a while ago, but it sounds even better. You
Yeah,
just
I moved it.
wow. Oh my
Yeah, moved a
gosh.
little bit. You
Yeah.
know,
Woo.
I let it catch a little air too.
Oh dear. Yes. Let's all be free in our
Well,
expressions.
the requirement to be in the Nigger Federation, Nigger Association, off the record, it's like what you can't be is an individual who maintains a certain level of distance and proximity from the
Mm-hmm.
masses.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just have to come in hook, line, and sinker and let these people into your life and let them know everything about you and get caught up
Mm-hmm.
in the
Mm-hmm.
sharing of your information so they can share it with other people and then other people can share it with the other people with you and the whispering and
You get
all it's
shared
just
around. That's what it is. You get
yeah
passed around. They ain't passing
yeah
nothing to you, but they want
no
your stuff so they can pass you around to everybody.
right. But see, they don't understand that their stuff is getting passed around by other people. But what I'm saying is that collectively, there's not a good feeling. They talk about doing good things and this organization, and we do this, and then nothing ever happens. Like, well, what are you sitting around for? You're celebrating. Well, 14 years we had this association. Well, what have you done? What have you really done? I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that whole thing where you're making moves and they just want to find out so they can run around and say this and say that. I'm not a millionaire, but we're getting things done in a very big way, in a very good way. And my goal is not to floss. My goal is not to come out here, whatever, because there's a part of me, I have lots of energy. I'm enthusiastic for life, but there's a part of me that's tired, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Tired of the foolishness that goes on everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
that goes on here also. But since I
Mm-hmm.
have not been a part of this hierarchy, I'm not. It doesn't touch me. But leaving
Mm-hmm.
America, I'm not packing my bags with all the American toxicity that people bring to come out here and immerse myself in that again. I'm not better than anybody. I will help anybody with a righteous cause. I started to do a lot of things when I first came out, but no, I'm not doing that when that's the end
Right.
result of it. You know what I mean? I can't come to your house and sit down and enjoy a dinner when I know that your house is a trap house, a crack house, and they could be a raid any moment, and I'm going to get caught up in it. I'm
Right.
not saying anybody's doing that. All I'm saying is that I don't want to deal with the karma that comes with the activities that you're involved in, and I get caught in the shootout. No, I'm not doing it. I came out here. I had peace of mind there in America, right? And I come out here for peace of mind. And once I detect that there's nothing but a superficial thing going on and no substance, that when reduced from the title and the ceremonies and pomp and circumstance, when all that is torn away and you just a nigga who loves to gossip, you just a nigga that hates the progress of other black people, you hide yourself and wrap yourself in righteous clothes and words, and these niggas get caught up with each other with the one-man upland shit and tearing you down. No, I am Ghost. You will not see me. I'm like a UFO. I don't go to these events. I'm not into sitting in the corner and this one peeking at me and whispering. And I saw him leaving this car and he was sitting next to that. You will not see that. This place is big. I'm here for something bigger than me, bigger than Africa, bigger than, I don't mean bigger like I think I'm this big person who's going to be this big famous. No, I might end up sweeping the floor somewhere in a place that's very important. And that's my job to do that. What I'm saying is that I don't need the outside influences of the foolishness. I have enough confidence. I have enough knowledge of my abilities. Just let me do what I'm supposed to do in the corner I'm supposed to do it in for the time that I have on this earth. Let me enjoy it. Let me enjoy my little meals. Let me enjoy my walk. And I say sometimes, man, I can't believe I'm in Africa. Let me enjoy that. I don't hate America. There's a lot of people there that I miss. Of course I miss them. But it's the place and the strongholds and the vibration there and what it was turning people into. Just because we originate from the same country, that don't mean I want to get up with you. If you're here, let us. Originating from the same country is not the same as heading in the same direction on a spiritual level.
For real.
So I don't care
Tell it.
I don't care if you come from another country. I don't care what you are, who you are. If we're heading in the same trajectory and our lives are righteously about to overlap or overlapping, I trust in the universe to do what it has to do. But I got to keep my head clear so I can know what is around me. I can't be caught up in looking at every girl's ass while I'm going down this road looking for an address, because I might pass the address. And it's not just ass I'm talking about. It could be gossip. It could be somebody trying to get me to hate somebody else. Well, you're wasting your time when you're coming at me with that stuff because you will not see me.
Right.
You can be next to me. You can live next door to me. You will not see me. I'm going to build a wall so high. And people go, well, you can't do it. Yes, I can. Because like the meme on Instagram that I saw said, once you get a taste of peace of mind, you will cut anybody and anything and any place off to maintain it. And I'm in a place of peace of mind right now. I don't have the need of, I'm missing out. I got to go on down to this African this and wear the kente cloth and push myself up. Listen, I'm a stolen African. I'm an American. I'm a New Yorker. I can't change
just
it.
sound like it for a second there. New York. You're a New Yorker.
But that's, exactly. So I can't change what I am. I can't change my DNA. And I can't help if you don't get mad that I don't rid myself of who I've always been. I'm the same dude. I can give people in New York directions that they lost. They call me. I tell them where to go to find. And I ain't lived there since 2001. Come on now. You know what I mean? So people feel that a lot of them are running away from themselves from things inside of themselves and outside, and they done effed up something somewhere, and they think, oh, I can come here and reinvent myself and repackage myself, but you're the same slimy piece of shit that you were all your whole life. You're the same get over artist. You're the same person looking to throw your pussy out there just to get some man to take care of you, and you don't want to do what you got to do for yourself. You think because you got these pretty girls out here with these dynamic shapes that you can run through stuff, but they're not as stupid as you think they are. You see what I mean? Don't think people
that's
out
true
here
though.
don't
That's
know.
so true. That's true. That's true.
You'll be caught up in something you don't know, but listen,
that's
why I say All I want to do is have myself to myself so I can be a benefit to the people around me who need whatever it is that I have to share. I can't be in the soup kitchen or where they give out the canned goods trying to dictate who gets what. I got to give that stuff out evenly. I got to give myself out evenly because I'm going back to the earth one day on a physical level, and I'm going to go back to where I have to go on a spiritual level elsewhere.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
So why would I want to mix up with somebody who's definitely going in a different direction? Why do I want to get on a plane to Alaska when I'm trying to get to Peru?
There you
What the
go.
hell?
There you go.
There's enough of that out there that when we get caught up with people and energies, we end up other places and we scratch our head. We look around with 45 and 50, and it's like, man, I could have done this, I could have done that. Now, I'm not trying to make up for what I didn't do, but like a homing pigeon has that
But
need
go forward.
and that
Go,
urge.
yeah.
I'm supposed to go where I'm supposed to go. I can't wait. Do I know exactly where I'm going? I don't know, but I know it's calling me. I know what I have to do. It's not like I think I'm going to die in a minute. But I'm going to transition one day. But now it's time for business. I don't played around enough. I know what it's like. I know all the decadence. I know decadence that porno movies haven't even seen. Why do I want to run that down? I love sex. I love an orgasm. All that other stuff. I mean, I know that stuff. Why does a former crackhead who hasn't smoked in 20 years and beat that thing want to go by? I'm gonna go by and hang with my boys in the crack house. I don't want to do that. I might relapse. I might relapse one day. I mean, people have invited me to orgies out there in Orlando. I grew up in New York. Oh, I know who you are, man. So our friend went to one of your parties, whatever. I don't want to go there. I might relapse. No, I'm serious. Let me tell you a secret. Anybody who's going through things, some kind of addiction or something they did a whole lot, it may be not a lot, it may be a lot, but it's going to happen less as time goes on. But there are times, I think it hit me 2 weeks ago. I woke up out the middle of I wasn't dreaming, I was fiending. I was fiending to be in the bed with 3 or 4 women. I said, I'm gonna lick this and suck this, and they got and
really? Wow.
Oh yeah. I'm just telling you like it is. Now, if I was in that situation or knew this was going on next door or whatever, maybe I would have found myself over there and fell. And I would have been all messed up. Like, look how far I've come. And look how I fell.
Exactly.
That spirit still follows me and it's around me, of course. I'm good. I'm in control. You stand on the bus stop late at night and you done been a vegan for 30 years of your life. And the bus is getting late and you're hungry and there's a burger place behind you that's smelling good.
Lord.
Some of us are going to go in there and eat.
That's true.
You understand?
That's
so ain't
true.
nobody, no Superman out here. Oh, I have it together now, so and so. You may not have the urge to do what you used to do, but it can come and bother you and tap you in your shoulders right here. Let me tell you something. The most beautiful women that I've met in my lifetime years ago, decades ago, was the times I said, you know what? I'm not going to deal no more. I don't want to be bothered. I'm not turning into no homo. I'm not getting no group men going their own way. But for a couple of months, I just want to be to myself. You turn the corner and there she is, looking at you, smiling, lips are full, breasts right there, hips, whatever, and she's down for whatever. There's once or twice I've met women in the street going about my business years ago. You in the supermarket and they're ahead of you. You have a conversation, and 10 minutes ago, your tongue is up in there, every orifice somewhere in a dark alley. And that's happened to me. That's not no, I'm so good with my lines or I look so good. I'm not on that level no more. It's a spiritual thing to pull you back into what you, and you know you're taking a risk, but the rush of what you used to do. Let me tell you something. I always tell people this. If I made you eat chocolate cake, if it's your favorite, whatever cake, whatever food, I made you eat it every single day, you'll be sick of it. But keep you away from it, or have the intentions of keeping you away from it when you taste it again. Ooh, boy, that thing is sweet.
Indeed.
So I know certain carnal pleasures that most men won't even know. I had access to many mouths on my body at the same time. I know the overwhelming pleasures that can be felt, the overload. I know all those things. And they have become addictions at times. There was a time when I couldn't just deal with no one woman. I had to think about a bunch of them down there with me doing whatever they were doing. You understand? And that could be a pre-hell. You see, everything that tastes good don't mean that it's not poison.
Exactly.
People ain't gonna poison you with some stuff that you don't eat. They're gonna put it in the stuff that you eat. They're gonna put it in your favorite burger. They're gonna
Mhm.
put it at your favorite function to get you to
Mhm.
come out. They're gonna put it wherever it is that you have a propensity to fall to be a victim of this thing.
And that's why they put people in your path, you know, that you never saw before, you never saw again, because
Exactly.
they know.
And
They know.
when you do things, these entities, I don't care if you ain't do it for 30 years, they
Mhm.
know.
Yep.
They know exactly. And see, you know what? I know. And if it comes to me that way, I'm like, yo, what is this? It's
Yeah.
scary to me. Yeah, things
Yeah.
cross my mind. I talk about them, whatever. I'm human. But what I'm saying is that when it really comes, I was going to say when it really comes in my face, bad words, right? But when it really, but when
You
you
know
can
what?
see it, uh-huh.
I had a dream. This is TMI. This is no, I can't say it. Oh
I'm
my
the
gosh.
TMI king here. What you talking about?
No, you said that it came in your. I had this weird behind dream. It wasn't me, but it was like I was seeing this thing, and you know me, my life is not one where I see things. I never had that opportunity to just happen on
Yeah, I catch
anything,
glimpses. Oh
you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
But I had this
I
dream,
feel it
right?
more.
And
Mm-hmm.
it was like I was observing. I don't know if it was a ritual, but
I thought you were gonna see you observing
somebody no
red
no
tube
no
Pornhub. No.
somebody was it was a group of people, and there was a guy sitting on a
Servicing you.
chair. There was a guy sitting on
Hal
a
Rubin.
chair. Well, not he was too young to be Al Rubin, but sitting on a chair, and he was being stroked. He wasn't doing it himself. He was being stroked, you know,
By a woman. By a woman or what?
by several people. But the
Oh, Hal
at the
Rubin 3.0. All
at
right.
the end of it, this is the weirdest thing. This is a dream, guys. At the end of
The
it,
Kool-Aid came out his penis. No, what?
when the
Tell me.
Kool-Aid when no when the Kool-Aid came out, it went right into his mouth, and that was part of the ritual. Whatever that was, it was supposed to go directly into his mouth, and he had to swallow it. I don't
Wow.
I don't know what that is.
I've
I don't even know how
no,
to
but I've
look
known
that
women.
up to find out what
No,
that is.
no, but I've known women who like to see that. Like in group situations where they want to see a man masturbate and swallow his own cum. I've seen that.
Oh shit, are you serious?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Or they want you to swallow it all out when you ejaculate
Oh
inside of
no,
it.
no, 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 no. Don't make me sick, because I woke up not feeling too good. But
Well,
you know,
I mean, unless you're into that, you're not going to really be into that, But I'm just saying is, we think whatever our limits are, although that's the limits of the world. No, it ain't. There's a lot of stuff that goes
yeah,
on.
well that's true
There,
too. You know.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I mean, it's just like ass to mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Where a man has anal sex with one chick, and then that other woman goes in and sucks it out of her anus. I mean,
Mm-mm, no, no,
it
no,
gets to
no, no.
no. I'm telling you, I'm not even trying. I'm dead serious. I'm not even trying to be like sensationalistic or whatever. It goes deep, and then certain things are beyond like we all got a little
Comprehension.
twist about us. We all have we all don't season our chicken the same way. If you get what I mean.
Some
I mean, we
people
have
don't
things that
season their
get us
chicken
off.
at all.
Oh, I know, yeah, and then that's kind of crazy too, right? You gotta have some kind of seasoning. White people chicken, right? No, yeah, but what I'm saying is that like there are things that go off that are not even sexual anymore. Like it can sex takes you to a spiritual level.
Yeah.
It's made that way on so many different levels, but at the same time, we kind of add or subtract our own little things on it. Like the McDonald's French fries has sugar, salt on it.
Mm-hmm.
We go and put
Mm-hmm.
more on it,
Mm-hmm.
and in us putting more on it, it's other things that it turns into. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
there are influences around us that can pull us into things we think it's just purely sexual, but it's tainting something so
Right,
pure. And again,
right.
I say that there's nothing wrong that what a man and woman do behind closed doors. I mean, you could be doing all them things. Well, that's what the both of you are doing. So you
But
ain't
why did
hurting
I
each
have
other.
to
You know what
dream
I mean?
something like that? That's what I'm trying to find out. That is, see,
Well, I mean,
dreams have meanings, and I need to find out what the hell that means. Does
well,
anybody in
well,
the chat know
maybe,
what that means?
maybe it means that someone is consuming themselves in something. Like spell it out, not specifically what you saw, but he's consuming something out of himself. He's consuming. There's a person maybe in your life that is consumed or consuming themselves out of worry or something that they're thinking about that's bothering them. I mean, it be something that, you know, we look at the shock effect of dreams.
I know it's not going to be anything like
Right.
what I dreamt. I know that, you know.
Right. But if somebody, like, maybe they're stuck and they can't get past a certain point in their life, they're consumed in being on that one level. Like they to themselves a lot and need to get out more. It could be something simple from something so wild. I mean, I dream some wild dreams. I mean, look, I've seen it all. I used to push my way up in these weird clubs and want to see what people were doing, being nosy. I wasn't into what they were doing. You know, I saw these things. I saw people playing in their feces on the low and all. It's just crazy. What is that smell? Look over there. What the hell are they doing over there?
God.
You know what I mean? And private parties. The private parties are the worst because they prepare for the guests that are coming and they know what they're doing. And like I said, you know, when you go around white people and you go and you watch them do things, you realize that what they're doing is
And then
they're into the occultism so much.
that's
that
when you
they have
realize that
taken
we
the
as black
spiritual
people
energy
want,
and something you think you're in for a purely sexual experience is really a ritual that you're around. But you, and I'm not saying me, I used to like to get around them and see what they do because there's always a mixed crowd. But what it is that in the rituals, sperm is very important. See? So these horny black men who we giving up our energy to these people, why do you think they put so much interracial porn where they focus on a white woman sucking a black man's penis?
Right.
Because they want to influence us to that, because there are a lot of them out there who are in satanic rituals that they take from your sexual energy. You're giving off energy. You might be horny and want to come, but you're giving off energy and you're giving it to them and they're laughing at you because they don't give a damn about you. They want your soul. They want to suck your soul. They want your energy. They want your life force. And you're giving them a physical manifestation, an actual life seed. And they do things with it. You think that lady swallowed all the time when she was sucking you off? Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. And she.
Yeah. Where'd you go? Oh God! Don't tell me his phone acting up now. Lance. Well, guys. I guess at this junction, it's safe to say that we've had a good run this morning, this rising. Ren, I don't watch movies like that. I'm not into TV and or
I don't know
movies.
if you can hear me.
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not into TVs or movies like that. So I nah, no. But I just thought it was interesting, and I wouldn't even have remembered it because this thing I woke up, I put that shit out of my mind. The only reason I remembered is because you said, the whole Kool-Aid thing, you know what I mean? And it was like, yeah, that was bizarre.
Right.
That was absolutely bizarre. Yeah.
No, but you see, we need to know the levels of this thing.
Yeah.
It was like the time when I spoke to this lady over the phone, and she was into the whole S&M thing. And I was fronting, trying to get information. We were goofing on the phone, and I was fronting. And she was saying, "Well, if you are this, do you have branded slaves? Because our group, we only deal with mistresses and dominatrixes and masters who have branded slaves." And I'm like, "What the heck? Branded like a cow?"
I want to read up on that.
Executives and money people and what there's not everybody, but remember, the whole B&D thing, bondage and domination and sadomasochism.
Yeah.
Like, people play light in that stuff.
Yeah.
But when you really go deep, you easing on into some satanic stuff. I'm telling you from now.
Yeah.
And when I spoke to that lady, it scared the crap out of me. I'm like, what? Because she said some other things that she was testing me, trying to see. Because
what you know.
Like, okay, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, yo. And in my explorations and things, I'm not going to say that I conclusively found the missing link to find, but a lot of things were present there on a spiritual level. And I'm like, this is more to this than meets the eye. This is
Yeah.
like a pre-hell.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a pre-hell, like
Mm-hmm.
everything, the torment.
Listen,
And what, why would you want to be put in that position?
when I see images of people, strapped up, what do you call it? Hog-tied, what is it? Trust, that not TRUST, but
No, right,
the
right.
other one. T,
TRUSS.
yeah, and I'm wondering what level, what level in your mind do you have to be on? Hey, Queen V, how you doing, sweetie? What level do you have to be on to allow yourself to be put in? Because you are totally vulnerable to people either leaving you in that way, people, just taking
Exactly.
their bizarreness, and that's not the word that I was looking for. The other word just not coming to me right now, but they take that to a level where now instead of it being okay, we're doing this thing, we have safe words, safe signals, safe whatever, and they take it to the next step and they really start
What if they don't
abusing
listen to
you.
that?
Exactly, you know what I'm saying? What level in your mind?
You tied up in a hotel room and the backup
But
word is
guess
potato
what?
chips, and you face
Exactly,
down the bed naked,
with a
strapped up.
ball
You
in your
potato
mouth. So how
chips,
do you
and the
say
security
potato
comes in and
chips?
sees you. Yeah, I know. Gag balls. That's crazy.
Let me
I
stop
know, I
it.
know.
Let me
You just
stop
hum a
it.
moan. Well, they ain't gonna hit all. They're just doing
God.
normal stuff.
See, they take these things to listen, if people are into certain things, I've seen the stuff, the light stuff, the titillating stuff and whatever. But the other area of it just freaks me the hell out. It freaks
Yeah,
me
and,
out,
it's innocent, and it
you
can
know.
enhance and
No, it really does.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
because
that's leading you
it's
to
like
slaughter.
I'm not where I feel like I could give up my control. All scratch it, roll back, roll back, roll back, roll back. If I'm with somebody and it's just the two of us and we have a good relationship, there's nothing in the inside of my head or your or not you, that person's head that
You gotta
when
watch your words on that one.
I know when you're put into a vulnerable position, you have to wonder, will they take out, their anger on you or on me or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
You have to be in a place where everything is in the open. There's nothing that's hidden or any hurt feelings or whatever. That's just my take on it. For me to give up that level of trust.
right.
You see what I'm saying? And it's not going to be two, three, four, five people. We're not going down those roads. It's never going to go down those roads. You know what I'm saying? Because there's
You
always
open
that
your eyes
one
to the whole
crazy.
football team in there.
There's always that one crazy. There's always that one nutcase who will be, oh, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's put a cigarette butt. Let's put the cigarette. Let's see how they
Hmm.
react. No, no.
You don't want that.
No. So it takes a certain mind, and you have to be seeking you've done something, or you are one way in your waking real life that you need to feel like you're punished on another level for the way you are in your everyday
Right.
life. You get what I'm saying? It's
Hmm.
punishment. It's a way of justifying or absolving ourselves of being a son of a bitch in real, you know, because then you get somebody to come and abuse you on another level. And it
Right.
doesn't have anything to do with sex or feelings or, this is going to culminate in something wonderful. 9 times out of 10, it's not. It's just,
Right.
you know,
Hmm.
oh, hell no. Hell to the no, no, no. Mm-mm,
But
mm-mm.
see, it's such a gradual transition into those activities that, for the most part, most people don't realize, and they're seeking a hedonistic rush because of the void that's inside of them. It's like they feel like they have. Everybody has that need to peep and see what's beyond the door, but for some people, they will go further and find themselves too late. Like I say, it's the same analogy that I always use when I talk about the beach. You go to the beach, you say, hey, I'm just going to go up there to my ankles. Hey, I'm just going to go a little bit more out to my knees. Oh, I'm going to my waist. All right, I'll go out a little bit more, whatever. And then you find yourself, you turn around, now you're swimming, but you don't realize it. You're paddling a little bit, and you don't realize that you're swimming, and you find yourself 100 feet off of the shore. Like, wait a second, or 200 feet, or so many yards. Like, I'm way out here. But that's the way the addictions and indulgences happen. Because there's always a little more. Let me go down a little more. And this is really how we learn. Like when you go to a new city or someplace new where you never lived before, and you say, oh, I don't know anybody there. After a while, you're given directions because you took that one main street, you discovered this. The next day, you went a little further, turned, got lost a little bit, and you know it. And now it's like, wow. It's just like when I look at videos when I came out here to Ghana in 2019, and I didn't know anything. Now I'm looking at those same videos and it's like, oh man, yeah, that's so-and-so. I know it so well now, right?
Right.
So that's how we get caught up in things. It always starts with that first little bit of something, like when they say doorway drugs, right?
Yep.
Gateway drugs or what, a doorway, right? It starts out with a little bit. It starts out innocently, and you find yourself to be an all-out fiend, in denial, fully in this thing, fully invested in this thing, and you don't even have a clue. So that's just the way it is with all activities. And that's the way it is with good things. I mean, people say, well, exercise is a good thing. Yes, it is a good thing. But then there's some people who are imbalanced because of the voids or insecurities inside of themselves. And they'll like exercise 7 days a week. And every day I got to put 3 hours in the gym. Then I got to run 10 miles. And then I have to do this. There's a guy right now, I forgot his name. He's a young guy. He could have been one of the best soccer players in the whole world. He's really good with soccer, not just some regular dude. I forgot his name. It's like a little Asian kid, right? And he got to the point, he fixated on getting in shape and being lean. So he stayed on these very lean diets and did more and ate less, reduced his calories. But see, what he didn't understand is that when you reduce your calories, your body adjusts to that threshold. And it could be harder to lose weight if you don't cycle the calories in your week. You can't stay on this one thing and your body operate like a machine. So if you say, well, a pound of fat is 3,000 calories. Well, if I knock off 1,000 a day after 3 days, I would have knocked off a pound of fat or whatever, or 3,500 calories, whatever it is. But your body will hold on to what it is and not burn it as efficiently. You'll be into that famine thing. So this is why starving yourself to lose weight is temporary, and you lose a lot of water weight and you lose a lot of muscle weight. And as soon as you start eating, you blow right back up again, plus more. You see what I mean? But this guy took something that's good and went with it so much that it became something bad. You know what I mean? So we got to be careful with our hedonistic things that we do and keep it all within balance. The bottom line is that each leg of the tripod may not be or have to be equal in life. What do I mean by that? The spiritual, the mental, the emotional, the physical, the spiritual, mental, and physical, and they all overlap. If I have a tripod that holds the camera up and one of the legs are like 6 feet long extended and the other two are out by 1 foot, it'll stand because that one that's 6 feet will lean to the side so much, but it can still stand. But if two of them are extended to 6 feet and one is 1 foot, it's going to topple over. You can't walk away from that thing. You understand? So we got to understand we have different aspects of our being, but they overlap and each one affects one. Like I say with Western medicine, you got a problem with your foot. Well, it's just your foot. No, there's emotional connection to that.
Exactly.
Spiritual connection to that, and mental, and some taking more of a role in that ailment that's evident somewhere else. Wherever the leak comes to the roof, it's not right where you see it in the ceiling. It might be higher up in the peak, but it's running below and in between the walls, and it shows itself right there. So you go to that one part of the roof that's right over the leak, you'll never see a hole right there. You got to go up and investigate because it's something deeper. We're set up now for sicknesses, hopefully not, that we're going to have 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, different sicknesses because of our emotional health. Like what Dr. Kang said, where there are many women, and he's not saying this is all one way, but he says many women right? I mean, sometimes we get in the car accidents because we're texting or we're not looking or somebody ran into us. It's all, but with fibroids and a lot of women, a lot of times it's some type of a strong emotion, some type of guilt, some type of anger, that it's not just that. You got to stay away from the fried foods and the sugary foods. We understand that there's a physical element to it. But the bottom line is there's always an emotional, spiritual, and mental element to the things that manifest. When you're in good shape, like what the Greeks said, what did they say? Able body, a body, or in shape body is a fit mind. A fit body is a fit mind. Whichever way they say it, they knew it, but they did it from the physical side. But what happens on the mental level when you see a person who stays inside and just eats junk food? They got something going on emotional, so their physical is going to suffer.
Exactly.
So we got to take care of all these different aspects of it. And when we are attracted to things on a sexual level, we got to ask ourselves, why am I the way I am? And so when I used to be at these parties, I used to kick back in the corner and say, I wonder why that guy is the way he is. There's a white guy that brought his wife to these parties. They had to be like in their 70s. And all he wants to do is let a black man or let men come around and suck on her breast in the middle of the dance floor. And he'd sit over there just like by himself.
You know,
and every week
every time I think you've said it, you said something else. I swear.
But the catch is, he would whisper to you before. Now this wasn't me. Now you know what I mean. I'm not. If I did it, I'd tell you. But no, I was like, what's up with that? You had to tell her how beautiful she was, how beautiful her breasts were, how stunningly beautiful she was. But he would come to you first. She'd go to the bathroom and he'd run up on you. Listen, please do this for me. So and so. But this is what you got to do. And then she'd come back and say, he told me how beautiful I was. She probably had some issues with esteem or how she looked. I mean, yeah, she should the way she looked. She was.
But then he's coming to your house, a black man's party.
No, this was in the club.
Oh, in the club.
This is not my party.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Generally, yeah, it was like it was in Club Phoenix, aka Suds, the restaurant. No, it was Phoenix. Wait, no, it was Suds, but the code word was Phoenix. That was Club Phoenix, yeah, right by Little Trade Center. And you see them coming in and say, "Oh, there's the guy I told you about," and he'd sit there for an hour or so. Then when she would go, he was always feeding her drinks to get away, and she just thought that these men said that about, and then they'd approach. You got to go over to her and just ask her, a little slow dance, whatever. It's crazy.
Madness.
And it's not crazy. There's reason for it. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's one of them questions I had to guess. I had to leave it and go do the other questions on the state exam and come back, and I couldn't even. I just had to guess it and just hope I got it right. But people, there's people.
Hey.
People. There's people that want to masturbate on people's feet and all that stuff. I've seen that the whole night. Just different people put their feet up and all limp like a noodle and they just rub it on their toes. And
can't say nothing. Yeah, what can I say?
I'll never forget that. Angelo Dundee. That's the association that I made.
Oh wow! Why did I?
So every time I see Angelo Dundee on an old video training Muhammad Ali on his corner, I think
you want to know something though. When you said about the old white man, do you know that that's who came into my mind? That's the image that I had in my head. No lie. It's just that the name wouldn't have come to me. But as soon as you said it, I was like, that's the image.
Amazing.
Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, so in this life. Let
me just say, I'll give her a call in the next few days, and I'll probably have her back on. I've been planning to have her back on. Akachi. Yeah.
Akachi?
Go ahead, Ella.
She asked that question. Yeah. No, I'm just saying, we come into this world as spiritual beings, right? And we come here to understand unconditional love, right? Because where we wind up going eventually, it's a place of unconditional love, And so we have to be able to accept unconditional love and give unconditional love. Right? That's our task. That's our basic task. In the process of all of that, we wind up with the world being taken over by greedy people. So now you have to work your ass off, you know, to be able to afford a place to live, to be able to buy back a piece of the property, the land that was already yours to begin with,
Right.
in order to live somewhere, right? Now you have to go to work and you have to slave for these people who have taken all of our resources from us. And in order to enjoy any of those resources, we have to work for them to get back a little bit of it, right?
Right.
In the process, they throw religion at you. And in throwing religion at you, they tell you what is good, what is bad, what is taboo, what is acceptable, and all of these wonderful things. And so we live our lives with natural thoughts that may come to us in you know, and I say in the confines, I don't mean, you know, confinement, but within the space of your own existence with whomever you are existing with. Whatever thoughts may come to you in a natural, righteous way, you should be able to live them out with no guilt, right? No no thought that, oh, this is going against religion. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
These things have come and they've clouded us, and they've put us in a space where everything now becomes decadent. So even what you just talked about, the person getting you know, rubbing his dick on, you know, on feet, you know, and getting his jollies off on that, it becomes now, oh, how could you do that? Oh, why would you want to do something like that? You know, because
Yeah, but that
we've been
person saying that
programmed.
might be the very one doing something that the foot rubber would think is bad.
There you
You know what I
go.
mean? So you
There you
can't,
go.
as long as you're not hurting anyone or forcing somebody to do something against their will, or doing something that they're unaware of,
Hmm.
that is creepy.
Hmm.
That's creepy. You
Yeah,
know, like the dudes that ride the subways and get off beating off on women and they walk away with their trench coats and when they got a load of cum on there. I've seen
exactly.
that.
Or they're
I,
sitting.
I,
They're,
I,
I've seen it. Or they're sitting on the other
I've
end of
seen
the
people. Excuse
train.
me, miss. You might want to check your coat, and they look down like,
Oh
and they
man,
know what
that
it
will make
is.
me sick. I'd be so mad. Oh my God.
I saw a Jewish man humping down this woman and she was like on the E train in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
After a certain stop, let me see if I can remember. You had Parsons Boulevard, you had Sutphen Boulevard. Sometimes it would pass it. And the E train, like I said, when the E train was up on Hillside and wasn't down on Archer Avenue, that's a long time ago. Okay, and eventually you
Mm-hmm.
had
Mm-hmm.
75th Avenue, you had Union Turnpike. Well,
Mm-hmm.
after that was 75th, but then you had Continental, 71st Continental. Then you
Right.
had Roosevelt. They had Queens
Right.
Plaza and 26
Mm-hmm.
Eli. After 71st and Continental,
Mm-hmm.
if you're facing the front of the train, like you're facing it, you're in the middle, any middle car, you're facing front. The
Mm-hmm.
doors on the left did not open until Lexington
Right.
in Manhattan, right?
Right.
So if
Right.
you're against
Right.
that door, the trick was to get against that door. You didn't have to deal with people bumping on you. But this lady
Exactly.
was facing the door right next to where people seat. They had the glass there. She's reading a book. And so this Jewish man was standing behind her. Roosevelt, the train emptied out, right? And he was humping away between Roosevelt and Queens Plaza. I mean, some serious humps, like you winding like a stripper or whatever. He was all over the cracker behind, humping away,
Oh
holding
my
on while the train
God.
rocked.
Oh my
And
God.
she didn't see any change. She thought it was just rocking, but he was lightly doing this, right? And she thought the train was crowded because she was down in the book. And after a while, we're like, yo, what you doing, man? But the doors can't open because they had a few local stops to get to Queens Plaza, but he jetted. He was lucky that the doors between the cars opened up because a lot of those trains that
Yeah,
are
they lock them
modern but
now.
are now
Mm-hmm.
older, they didn't open
Mm-hmm.
up. Sometimes they lock them, sometimes they were open. And he got out of there and left off the train. And the lady didn't even know. She was still sitting there and she turned around and one lady, you know, he was on your backside. It's like, what? But when it was full, we didn't know.
Yeah, because
You see what I mean?
you
So,
don't know who's touching you.
right, right.
I
I mean,
used
I
to
would try
look
to be
around. I
polite.
knew.
I would try to be polite and I would never I really would never do that. I'm not like some weird person like that. Anything I've done when it was like, you know, it was consensual, whatever have you. But to get up there, yeah, I'm gonna ride on this woman's back. That's creepy to me, man. That kind of angers me. You don't violate nobody. Like I said, the joy of what a person does with you and for you is because they want to do it. You know, there are people that I knew that did things very well, but they didn't want to do it. That's not in them because they were traumatized. It's like, no,
Right,
don't,
right,
because I can't get
right,
into that.
right.
So how are you gonna be creepy and try to be so? That's not even selfish. That's, to me, that's creepy.
That's
That's
creepy.
straight
Period.
creepy.
That's it.
That's creepy shit. Bottom line, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
think anybody
And
who go ahead.
oh well, yeah, I thought we blacked out. Yeah, no, but I'll put this on the base charger here. Yeah, but like I said, for me, there's something I can't do because that goes off into something else, and that's strange. I
Yeah.
don't condone that. Even when people are in places that you know, and when I threw my parties, it was like, listen, you better respect what somebody says. They know that you're here for some type of level on that level. I don't need to have to police anybody. You don't have to
Right.
go, hey, how you doing? I want you to suck something. No, it don't work that way. You talk to a person and say, listen, you know, find out their name and a little small talk. And if I may ask, you know, what are you into? You know, they may tell you. They say, well, listen, so you may not even spell it out. It's like, listen, well, I like to try so-and-so, whatever. You're okay, but later on we'll do this. So we want to be here for a little while. We'll meet up. Maybe not, maybe so. We'll see or whatever. But it was never like you got to pressure. Well, you're here. You should know what goes on. And I've never
Right.
really had to strong on nobody except for once or twice. Not on an extreme level, but it's like you got to be, because it takes a special person to be mature enough to be in a scenario like that where it's very advanced and it's very stimulating. It is very stimulating, and to be around that and be like, and to hold your cool, you got to be cut from a different cloth. And the one thing is that I don't go for violation back in them days like that. You ain't doing that. You know, now if you see something and you over there manually, you know, stimulating yourself and not trying to put nothing on nobody, and you see that, well, they're open to let you see it, obviously, because it's out in the open, and some people don't want to be seen. You have private rooms for that, you know. And even me throwing these things, you have to knock on the door. Like, listen, this is Lance. I just want to know you all right in there?
Right.
Yeah, we're all
Right.
right. Well, you know, you've been in there for 2 hours. I'm not being nosy on what you're doing, but I have to stick my head in and see that everything is all right. Because there might be a dude and a girl in there with another girl, and they got her choked out.
That's
And I
true.
explained this to them. You know what I mean? And I never allowed drugs. If you slip some cocaine in and sniff it, and I don't know, but I don't go for that. This is
Right.
purely hedonistic. This is something where you're into the pleasure and the atmosphere and the energy sharing, but not this drug-driven thing, because that's a whole different type of energy. You know, I gotta take pills before I go. I told you the time when people, I always vet people, but they mentioned some names that I trust very much. I said, okay, they can come, and they called me. They said they were in Jersey. I told you about that. Yeah, they're speaking in code. Is it going on yet? I said, yeah, man. It's really. After I found out third, it was names. Yeah. And I don't know how they got those names. They were coming from way out in Jersey, near Pennsylvania, and they were driving. And I realized after a while when they showed up, they were white people, right? But I didn't realize that. There was so much going on my end. And they kept calling me every 30 minutes. So we sure to see a little something what we want. I said, man, we got it going on right now. You're missing a lot. I'm relaxed because I think this is a referral. I never did anything else. It had to be somebody in my inner circle. I don't know how they got those names. But anyway, and so they kept calling. And the girl was calling, yeah, I can't wait. Oh, it's been a while. I want to get it. I'm like, yeah. I'm talking smack. I'm like, well, damn. You know, they fiended hard. So they finally got there. It was a white couple. And they had a baby. They had a baby. They had a baby wrapped up. I mean, a baby. This baby was born. This was a newborn. It couldn't have been a month old, man. You got a baby 2:30 in the morning. You drove all the way out to Jersey for a sex gathering? No, you can't bring that baby. No. And then looking at me, and first of all, y'all are white. We wasn't even with that. You know what I mean? So I'm still trying to be, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. You have the right to choose who you want to lay down. I'm not, that's bestiality. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, wait a second, a baby? No. come to find out, when we were talking smack, and they were like, yeah, do you have what we're looking for? Yeah, I got what you're looking for. Yeah, we'll take care of you real good. We got a lot of people interested in the same thing. I'm thinking of something different. You know, they were coming out there, they were looking for drugs.
Oh,
They were looking for
shit.
drugs. And they had a
Right.
baby with them, man. Way out
Right.
from, they
Right.
came from, I think it was Willingboro, New Jersey. That's right. That's a
Are you
stone's throw from
serious?
Philadelphia. Yeah. And they were mad. I'm like, oh, you can be mad all you want to. Y'all got to go. And there was a dude, I ain't going to disclose no information. He was formerly of the Nation of Islam. Yeah, he was up in the, and he was like, listen, man, I got this. And he was like, ready. Homeboy was, and he was mad because, man, I had them 2 girls working on me so good, man. I was about to hit that moment. And these niggas come, these white folks come, you know what I'm like,
Ren.
you're going to really hurt them. I said, man, no. They brought the baby in. I'm like, no. I let, you know.
Ren H
I'm
said
like,
the
nah.
caucasity of it.
For real. That was weird, man. It killed the whole spirit of everybody. They sitting around like, yo, you know, we adults, we doing our thing, but that was weird. We all sat around. Oh my, I had this partially dressed, what I'm saying. I'm the host, right? So we all sat around like, man, ain't this some shit? And there were people who were cool with us, but we weren't like all in their business. But they sat up and like, man, it brought everybody close together. We were laughing, whatever. People didn't even, it took them out the mood. There's another 2 hours before something happened.
No doubt.
And they're like, Lance, man, don't do that no more. I'm like, nah, I ain't doing it no more. I don't care. How they get them names? And then they turned around and said what street they were going to go on to get what they had to get because they knew it around there. I mean, druggies know places in different states.
That's
like if I
crazy.
lived in like Queens or whatever, if I'm into that, I know where the spots are in Newark, New Jersey. I know where the spots are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because you're really into this.
Right.
That's crazy. When you're not in certain worlds, certain things go right over your head. You can have a bunch of homos having a full conversation through the eye contact and little things, whatever. And you don't know what's going down. You know, you've been working with them for 10 years and later on they're hanging out. But you know,
that would be
where
me.
you guys going? I'll hang out with you. Well, we gotta kind of go and we gotta talk something. They're brushing you off. Like, no, I don't want to go to that anyway. But you find out that's what it was.
Unbelievable. Oh, knock off again. Oh my goodness gracious. Man, I used to back in the 70s going to school on these trains. I mean, in the 80s working, you know, you get on these crowded trains and you do get that situation where people are rubbing up all upon you. And like Onika said, she would go off. I wouldn't go off, but I would turn around and I would, if looks could kill, because I have a, you know, like I always tell you guys, I have a mean face, really, you know, and if looks could kill, they'd be dead because you would know exactly who was up on you. And they would try to be so innocent, you know, like, oh, it's just the train, the jerking of the train that's causing it. No, you're right up on my backside or on my thigh or something, and you're just going to town. But you know what used to be bad for me was going to school, and I used to get on the B train at Atlanta. Where did I get on the B train? I would take a train to Atlantic, go downstairs, catch the D or the A train one stop or something like that, and then take the B train. And it was going all the way out to Coney Island. And I would get off 2 stops before Stillwell Avenue, right? And by the time I got to where I was getting off the train was empty, you know, because it's going to the yard after that. It's empty. How many times am I on the train and I realize that it's me and some other person at the other end, and they're down there jerking off. They're just in their own world, okay? In their own world, just going to town, doing their thing. And you're like, oh my God. Oh, you're back.
I
Hi.
want this is going last.
I know.
I was the iPhone overheated. So I came back on the computer, shut the internet off. I got 2 internets, so I ran to the next one, but we don't know.
Well, we could wrap it up. I mean,
yeah, we can wrap it up because I've been on here for a while.
Yeah.
Everything. Let's end it with some music while we can. Now I'm back on the original equipment. I took my iPhone and put it in the freezer.
Oh wow. Yeah, but those are the things that I experienced, coming up. And hello, respect the truth. How you doing? Good to see you. These perverts. I think the only good thing about back then is that people who were being perverted and nasty, they kept it to themselves for the most part. Because nowadays, as a young girl being on a train in a car with just one person, nowadays they'd be trying you. They'd be trying to do something to you, to rape you, hurt you, whatever. These people back then, they were just for the shock effect. They were hoping against hope that you would look at them just before they ejaculated. They wanted to make sure that you saw what they were doing, and then they would come right, next second. Listen, listen. Mm, 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 mm. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen. But that was New York. That's what people did, you know. But
Yeah,
anyways,
He's in Ozone Park. I don't live there no more, but I'm giving the address to my old house. If you ever pass that block, take a picture of it.
oh,
Where I grew up.
134. What is it? Something 134 Street.
Uh-huh.
I
It's on
think I have
100.
the address written down because I was supposed to drive by there. Yeah.
I'm putting it out there now. I'm not there no more. So if you're a
I
stalker,
want to go to the roti shop right over there off of Liberty.
Mhm. They got
Yeah.
a little triangle that's like about maybe 8 feet by 8 feet, and they call it the Robbie Ryan triangle. I mean, I
Yeah. Yeah.
every crack in that. Now I'm not talking about crack smoking. I'm talking about, I remember every crack in that sidewalk, and every crackhead that when crack came around. Right. That's
Mm-hmm.
all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't live there no more, so don't harass the people that are there. But that's the little tiny house I grew up in, with a lot of my memories and stuff for many,
I
many,
think
many,
I've
many.
driven past your house. When you get over there to the roti shop and it's so freaking crowded that you can't
Right.
there's nowhere to park.
And
So you mm?
right. No, I was saying like Richmond Hill.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the southernmost part of Richmond Hill.
Mm-hmm.
The end of my block, or actually 109th Avenue began South Ozone Park.
Right.
I think 107. I think 109th and the Van Wyck, 2 blocks
Yeah.
away from when
Yeah.
began Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to hate being associated with Richmond Hill because they started calling it South Richmond Hill, which code word black people, because we started
Right.
moving.
Right.
But the other Richmond Hill, they kept it white for a long time. We're talking about in the late 60s. So I would always say Jamaica because I never hung out in Richmond Hill like that. I went to the schools there and everything,
Mm-hmm.
but I went over, I mean, South Ozone Park, 100, PS 121, PS 226 on Rockaway Boulevard. But I hung out more in Jamaica,
Mm-hmm.
Queens, and Springfield Gardens, Cambria Heights, all of
Mm-hmm.
those other spots.
Mm-hmm.
But sitting there, I mean, I went to the library there and took the train through there and all that stuff. But it
Right.
was very segregated. If you passed Lefferts Boulevard way back in the day, white boys would come after you with bricks and throwing them at you and stuff like that. So it was like that then, But
Right. Right.
yeah, 100 Black. I was in Orlando from 2001 to 2000
20.
20? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm forgetting now. It's becoming a big blur. So I wasn't back then. I heard you mention the thing with back from the 90s. No, I
Mm-hmm.
visited, but I didn't live there then,
Right.
and
Right.
from 2000, from 2001 to 2020, 19 years I did in Orlando. So I think you said that you were there to 2011 or something. So I've been there years, 10 years if it's 2011,
I got
there.
there
So
in the late 90s.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got memories on top of memories growing up in the schools.
Mm-hmm.
It's, like I said, I don't know. I absorb stuff. I keep it with me, like everything. So I don't mind spitting it back. It relieves me of carrying it. Right? So yeah, that's
Yeah.
how it is.
A lot of memories. A lot of memories.
Yeah.
There's another roti shop off of Rockaway.
Mhm.
Rockaway going up towards going up to, how can I put it? Like if you get off the belt,
Okay, you're getting off at Rockaway and you're heading down back toward Baisley Park, or you're going up toward the train by the A train where Rockaway
Going
crosses.
towards the A train. Going towards
Okay.
the A train. But
I don't think- I don't
did
think-
you no, you wouldn't have known it. God, 140, it's like at 140 something street, I think it is.
that's gotta be on the other side of the Van Wyck, because
Yeah,
on sorry, like
yeah.
on Rockaway it went up to 135th Street.
Right.
And then the next street was Van Wyck, and then it went to the 140s, because then you had the Rockaway
Mhm.
Fish House right there on 140th and Rockaway.
Yeah,
That was
exactly.
a staple,
Exactly.
just like the Rib Shack on 157th and Linden.
Exactly. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, the fish house used to be, at one point it used to be
Dominant.
well, I think they changed it and they kind of turned it back. Like,
Okay. The Rockaway, original name from back in the 60s and 70s.
yeah.
You better go there before the church folks turned out, because they would go
Then
right
they
there.
turned it into a soul food joint. And it was a soul food joint for I mean, God, you wanted some good sweet potato yams? Oh my God. Go there. Not anymore. Because now they've changed hands again, and they try to mimic the food that they were selling back in the 90s, but it's not the same,
Oh, it went back to the 80s and the 70s.
Yeah, I know, with the fish house. Yeah. Yeah.
Treated that the way that people treated the Popeye's chicken sandwich, man. They acted like that. No, but and they used to have, it was almost like when they had the clothes, it wouldn't get violent, but people would get angry. They let people in and they close everything down, and they'll just try to, and people, no, just one more. No, we can yeah. People came from Brooklyn to go there, just like there's places in Brooklyn.
Exactly. Because I remember
you wanted it, you had to get it.
Because I left my house where I lived and drove all the way over there. Not that it's not a hell of a long way, but it's a good damn distance, because I wanted fried chicken. I wanted peach cobbler, and I wanted yams.
You get in your mind, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. It's a
like
done
this,
deal.
The spot on was it Church Avenue?
Church and where?
Church. I couldn't even tell you, but you're coming down off the Eastern Parkway, you drive down like about a mile. It was a spot that didn't last long. It was like 88, 89. Let me tell you something.
I wasn't here then.
That place for goat meat.
Oh man.
No, I would pass places all in Queens and drive out to that one spot. And sometimes they never closed. On the weekends, sometimes you'd get out there.
Brooklyn.
Yes, in Brooklyn, but it would be 4 o'clock in the morning. You go in there and it's still open. And they got a long line. People come out the clubs. People come to clubs, and all the way to 6, 7, 8, 9. You got all kind of clubs and social clubs that don't, 12 noon is still emptying out. Sometimes they never close.
Exactly.
I remember one of the ladies that was serving the food. She was mad. She was telling the boss, the guy who, I can't stay here but another hour.
Been there since one.
And it's 5 now.
Well, it's like they used to have Apache restaurant. Everybody in Brooklyn or anywhere in New York, greater New York, that was having a party would go get their fish and their huddle bread from Apache restaurant.
Yep.
I mean, they did snapper, they did kingfish. Oh my God, escovitch, kingfish and snapper and porgy and this and that. And then the fresh, whether it was Trini bread or, or Jamaican huddle bread, man, everybody went there and got their food. That was the bomb.
You know what you hate? Gentrification.
Yes.
The neighborhood,
yes.
And so much in, and they go in these restaurants and eat and enjoy, but they flood it out.
Yeah.
And the businesses do bad, and then they try to come with their own replacement businesses, and they don't have the soul that we have. Wherever we go, they got to come and dilute it. They got to come, act all innocent, whatever have you. Have little young skateboarders and the gay folks that come around first. That's how they always do it. Then come the big wigs that are not so friendly.
Right.
The rejects first. Yeah. They allow them to come first when they get the bargain basement rents and all that stuff. But when they fix it up and they charge,
my God.
Yeah, and they just kill off the soul. It's like we can't have something to ourselves.
Never.
And We to ourselves. They have places where they will not allow you. But they don't have the soul and the energy there. That's why when they see you, they look at you like they want what you have, and they can't have
They can't have it. Can't duplicate it. Can't do nothing with it.
Fighting into your soul. You know, it's like, I want to suck your blood, but it's more than that. They want you fascinated with your
everything
rhythm
about us. Everything. Yeah.
People who come on the show now who would never show their face, and they're fascinated how we get down and say things. At the same time, they hate it. They want to kill it. They want it so much they think that they can just bite it and it'll get inside of them, but it's killing you. But just for they don't even care. Like
they don't care. Yeah, exactly. Is any old schoolers here? I mean, like really old timers, old schoolers, because I want to talk about this Jamaican bakery patty shop that was up on Hillside Avenue and 168th Street, right at the corner where the 4A bus was.
There's a drugstore across the street, and there was a divider between that newsstand on the other corner.
God, Lord have mercy! Oh my
newsstand
God!
Across the street, this lady flipped me out. Across the street, I was 15. I was 15 years old, the same way, and she followed me into this bookstore. Oh my God! Way, and I kept looking. She was very attractive. She had to be like about almost 40 years old, and I'm 15. It was 1978. And I went into this bookstore, and she flashed me. I was looking at the boxing magazines and the bodybuilding magazines, and she's a well-dressed lady, and she, you know, she had a thing, and her breast fell out, and she looked at me and smiled and walked out. I was effed up in the head.
You see where you gone? I talk about food, and you gone back to sex. Oh, does that work?
See, I ain't saying nothing about sex. I talked about a titty. Although I was thinking about sex.
You don't have to say anything else. But listen, I have not had, I'm serious, in America, in New York, whatever, I've not had beef patties as good as that particular location. I don't know, because I left New York after a while, so I don't even know what happened to them, you know, but oh my God. Everything was good in that store. Everything that they made was exceptional. Exceptional. There was nothing bad. Absolutely nothing bad that they made in that little bakery. Right at the corner of 168th Street and Hillside Avenue. Oh my God.
I knew it. Yeah. Wait, but okay. That's a place in Queens. Wait, but it wasn't the northernmost part of Hillside. It was the southernmost part, wasn't it?
When you say northern and southern, I don't understand any of that. All I know is that it was a few blocks up
the hill.
Yeah.
It was on the south side of Hillside.
It was on the right-hand side. It was on the left-hand side. If you're going up towards
think with your back toward Jamaica Avenue and you're standing on Hillside. And where the street went up, that's the hill. And
the hill, right. So it was on the right-hand side. Yes, absolutely.
Well, not necessarily that. It was on the south side, because going toward Jamaica Avenue was the south.
Okay.
Going up the hillside, you know, you're not looking down Hillside.
I got
you're
you.
looking, it was on the southern side. But I forgot the name. It started with a G, that restaurant, the name.
I can't
that's
remember.
The place in Queens where I went, because they had a counter in there, and they had seats and everything. But that's the place where I went and used to get curry goat there too.
Not like wow.
The one I would go to when I didn't want to go trek it all the way to Brooklyn, because the daytime was too much traffic. But I don't care what I was doing home. You know, after a while, I got the number to the one in Brooklyn. The one in Hillside Avenue was always closed. You know, those wee hours. You know, and that was around the time when I was doing my little private festivities.
Okay. Because then they had another one. Not related, but another patty shop. Tasty's Bakery was now up by where the am I getting them mixed up? The four was up top, and the 4A was, because before they changed them to different numbers and stuff like that. But it was right by the 4. So you could go into either one. You could just, you know, you could be at the bus stop and you could be like, oh, I feel like I want to get a patty, and you could just run inside. You know, Tasty's was right there facing the bus stop, you know, same side as the other one. So, you know, going up the hill, if you're going up the hill and you're on there's a street in between, you're on the right-hand side of the street going up the hill.
The truth, there's a lot I don't know that transpired since I left New York. in 2001. But I mean, like the staples.
We don't know. But yeah, this
Yeah.
is years ago. This is 70s,
I
80s stuff
know
we're talking
people, yeah.
about. You
I know
know.
people who are there that can just tell me. And what I'm going to do, those who have little cameras, little phones that live in that area, I'm going to have them just like get their
It's
son or
changed so
daughter
much,
off
though. You know,
the camera, the window,
those
and just drive around.
yeah,
Yeah.
those areas have changed because now it's a lot of Guyanese people that live up there. That
Well,
entire
in Richmond
area.
Hill, yeah, that
Yeah.
they took over from the 90s,
Yeah. Yeah.
even before that, you know.
Yeah.
But they were bona fide. Like when I left,
Mm-hmm.
that was their neighborhood. I mean, like
Yeah.
they took the avenue over, and it was like
Yeah.
it made spaces where there were none. You know, when you look at movies and you see
Shit,
the
man.
Philippines and Bangkok and
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
tiny little places, buildings that were just like there, and that was the building. They done made like
Mm-hmm.
10 different offices in there, and you go around the side, you go around the back. That's
Mm-hmm.
one thing that those from Guyana know how to utilize the space so well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't against them. You know, I kind of
Mhm.
saw, I was really mad at my own black people from the neighborhood that I grew up in. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, man, hold on to this, man, and we could have did something with this like this. But crack came, wiped us out, and someone else took advantage, so I can't be mad at them.
Mm-hmm. True.
You know,
True.
if you don't use it, you're gonna lose it.
True.
You understand? So that's what it was for me. But yeah, man. I mean, I can and see when I think back memories, I mix up years sometimes. So I gotta say, okay, let me think back to 1969. Yeah, and I was 6 years old, 1969. I remember a whole lot. I a lot. I was open down, and I have a memory of these. Then the more I got older, the more I would explore. Not just there, but I would go to Manhattan a lot on my own with my father, just all over. I was an all over kind of guy. And Queens was
Right.
that when I was 12, 13, I was a straight veteran. And remember, when I
Wow.
was 13, that was 1976.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
other
Mm-hmm.
13-year-olds who just went to a little middle school or whatever.
You was roaming the town.
Right, exactly. So you saw me in the picture when I was 15. It was a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
My God, what are they doing
I
there?
probably
Like,
ran into you a couple of times, but I was on another trajectory.
Exactly. You would ask me, like, man, you know, one day when I get older, I'm gonna go in that place and see what they do with the naked ladies. I'm like, yo, I was in there last week.
Right.
15 years old. Get a hat, get a chick's eyebrow pencil and pencil on a heavier, you know, and show my body. You know, hey, my man, what time you how long you'll be open? What a little bass in my voice, whatever. Oh, sir. So, and they're looking at me. Should I ask him for ID? But nah, I can't. I flex my arm and itch my arm. But they said, man, this guy. They asked me about working out, whatever.
Oh dear.
I bluff them.
Oh gosh.
I worked in a lot of those spots in
Right.
Times Square. Builders
Hi,
that had
princess.
like jobs that,
Right.
Prince, how are you? Yes, bodybuilders that were like they had these going nowhere dead end jobs, like gigs, like superstar, which that thing had no money in it. But I'd go there and hang out, and you know, they give me coins. Hey man, take some coins, go check out the chicks. Handful of coins because you got to pay money for that. You know,
Right.
I'd love
Right.
coin right now. That thing is vintage. I mean, they still have it there, and land and all them things that you see from back in the 70s. I know all them places.
Wow.
You go in there and come out, and they, oh, you're so and so's friend. Come on, give him some coins. I'm gonna give him a show.
Oh Lord. Oh boy.
And the thing, there's this glass in there, you know, and I'm looking at him. I'm talking to him. Well, come on, pull it out, get off. Like, nah, I ain't gonna do that.
It's like my son is here now, right? And he's been here for a few, maybe I don't even know if he's been here 5 years, and he knows more about Manhattan. He would be like you. He knows more about Manhattan and places there, upscale, downscale, in between scale places that I have never even heard of.
Let me tell you something. There's New York, 77, 78, 79, into the early days, but really 77, 78, 79, even before then. You know, there's nothing.
When Bonwit Teller was still Bonwit Teller.
Exactly. My father used to maintain the floors there in Midtown in their shop there, the store.
Yeah, I used to work there.
You see, maybe I was there and you were leaving.
Right around that same time too. Right around that same time.
Around that time though, I would have never known, like I'm not going to say I wish I transitioned and never know there was change. I just wish I never knew
Yeah, yeah.
what New York City is now, what it's turned into,
Mm-hmm.
because I couldn't get enough of it as a
Yeah.
child and coming up into those years when I was a little younger than most who navigated, but there's nothing sweeter. One day I'm gonna do a show. I might even just like record something and zone out and walk down the street and tell you what I smell, what I see. I'm so much into that place. And because why don't you come back? Same. I left.
Right.
Same.
Right.
And that's what hurt me. That's why I had to leave. It's like you're seeing a good friend of yours like melt down on drugs and you know they're gonna die soon. I don't want to sit around and see. I mean, if I can help you, but now I see you at the point of no return. I can't watch you do this to yourself, man. You know, like this place is evaporating around me. I felt like the Indian, which was really a Jew, but an Indian in that commercial walking down by the highway and they threw trash at his feet. He was visiting where his land was, and it was so changed, and they dropped trash by his feet, and he turned around and there was a tear in his eye. Remember that commercial?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's what it is for me. So I'd rather talk to friends of mine that may have moved or may still be there, and we just talk about the memories and whatnot.
Right.
But now,
Right.
To try to be there and revive
The
it.
soul
No,
is gone. The soul is
no,
gone.
dead.
The soul is gone.
Taking a dead body, dancing with it, still got the same dance moves. You dance with that body. It's not there anymore. It's there in your heart. That's where it lives on. It's there in your heart.
And even with the COVID, last year and places shutting down.
That was a knockout.
Yeah.
That was a knockout blow. Because it's in my soul from birth. Birth. And
all the little specialty shops are gone.
Just even the people and the soul. And
I'm
stretching. I remember. I really remember. I've always had that kind of mind in my father, my mother, before we even moved out to Queens, man. Even though that thing happened with me and my cousin and whatnot, I'm just saying it didn't traumatize me really. It made me who I am. But just the rooftops and the visuals and the people. And I remember some of the old people from back then when I was in single age that they was born in the late 1800s. How's that for? You know what I mean? They're telling me.
I know.
Young teenager. I remember when Jack Johnson was a heavyweight champ, and I'm some little 7-year-old shadow boxing and tell me about Jack Johnson. Who has information about that anymore?
Right.
It's like these veterans from World War II and the last African American, the oldest one who survived from. So for me, I see this change in time when I was born, it overlapped that time to this time. This time is so different, and I accept that. But don't pass off the sour fruit of the present engineered culture and tell me it's the real thing from what I know coming up.
Exactly.
The food had vibration. Even we know meat is dead, but meat was sweet back then.
Just call it what it is. It was the truth. Just like I said, the things were still on some levels. Things were still real. Everything
was real. I mean, just as a child walking around, that's the best way for me to fall asleep when my mind's racing. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, you know how much sleep I got last night?
None.
An hour and a half, and it wasn't really sleep.
I saw that message you sent me. #motivation. I was like, please.
I was like, I went to bed and got up. I tried, but it is motivation. It's not frustration. The spiritual side of me is pulling me so hard, it's wrecking up my physical. So I got to kind of cool out. Trip.
Yeah.
You say, well, if it's spirituality, it wouldn't mess you up. Yes, it will. It's almost like my body. Yeah, but I love it though. I'm high. I'm high all the time now. That's why I can say it's like like the crackheads who smoke by themselves. It's like I'm high up in here in the apartment by myself smoking. I see he's in that. Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. Leave you alone. Do your thing. Yeah.
There's no stimulation that I can get more than what I have in my mind when I take a walk down the street. I mean, I like it. There's mountains just close by, for a short walk away. I'm looking at mountains all around. You see on the rooftops, something bigger in person. They look small on the video. Trust me. At nighttime, it's kind of scary because I'm such a New Yorker. When I look out in the middle of the night, I know consciously there's mountains with houses all up and down. But for a second, it looks like tall buildings. See, at nighttime, you can't see the mountain, but you can see
Your
So I'm
life.
thinking, I wake up in the middle of the night, like, where do them buildings come from?
Mhm.
Buildings. The mountain goes up in the sky.
Mm.
You know?
Wow, that's really
And
something.
you've seen the footage, like I'm coming down off the mountain, I'm on one of the
Mhm.
vans, and I kind of put and you
I
see the
love
van.
that. I love that view.
I
I
can walk
love
up
that
there.
view.
I walked up there and did a video there, but it was daytime, so you couldn't see it like that. They
Right,
say
right.
there's some people who are not ready. I'm
Mhm.
not saying it's Mount Everest or whatever, Kilimanjaro, but you walk up there, and when you really see it, it's breathtaking.
Oh yeah.
It is breathtaking. It's not like
Oh
you're
yeah.
5 miles up in the sky, but you don't expect that.
Mhm.
And have houses high up on that mountain,
Mhm.
like on the edge, built on the rock. Like I
Mhm.
mean, built on straight drop. There's a house built on that rock. Like, yo,
Mm-mm.
you send some kind of laser, some kind of infrared,
Mhm.
something stable enough, but they've been there for years. And at the bottom of it, on that same road across on the other side, where there's a little area where you can stand or walk, which I wouldn't suggest. There's one side with the sidewalk, but if you go over there, coming out of the rocks, and after this, I'm gonna get ready to go, but coming out of the rocks is spring water. And when you
Oh
walk down,
really?
your mouth right near, you put your head to the
That's
side,
food.
you drink that. There are people who
Yes.
come with bottles and their buckets, or they stop, and there's accidents that happen for this. So sometimes you got to be like, yo, drop me off over there with these buckets and come back later, like 15 minutes when they're filled up.
Mhm.
Man, that water there, I went up there one night. I
That
was
fills
haunted.
you up.
Oh, I know. I went up there, and there was a trucks coming down. I had to get all up, get my behind up against close to the
Oh my
right. Just come
God.
straight down. Something, just go up there and get it. I get like that. I'm like a crack fiend for life. Sometimes middle of the night, going down there and get your watermelon. Go down to the market. It's open.
Mhm.
Go down,
Mhm.
I'll take a walk over here. I'm like, okay. get on your bike. I'm like, hey, I only slept for 2 hours. Get on your bike. Okay, I'm gonna take my camera, okay? I'm up to the mountain somewhere. I follow that. When there's no bad things like, jump off the roof type stuff.
Right.
I can follow those things now. Before, when I was in America with all that, all the signals in the air,
Mhm.
that your discernment of, is this what I'm supposed to be listening to or not? It's not there. Now there's signals in the air here. They have the Wi-Fi is not like out there though. Out here is just more pure.
Mm.
And this is the city where I am.
Mhm.
See? And a comment was made in the chat room, but the comment section on one of the videos. They were like, "Oh man, I see over your shoulder the soil looks so
Red.
rich." Like, yo, that is nothing. I haven't even recorded the richest soil. The richest soil is not like the red on that heart on the banner, but that brownish, reddish,
That copper red. Copper
Yeah.
red. Yeah. Copper earth.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Bauxite earth.
When it's like that, I put my feet in soil like that.
Mhm.
Nobody was around. I'd get naked and roll around in it. Yes, I would. It's got to do something.
That's true.
And that's the kind of soil that, one day maybe I'll be putting my feet in it every day.
That's true.
Yeah. It's something. There's so many
And you
vibrations.
see, you ain't got no hair, so you ain't got to worry about all of that red dirt getting up in your hair and in your locks and all of that stuff,
If I did, I'd rub it in that too.
Bald head dread.
Baldy tread. But yo, let me go grab something to eat. We've been talking for 16 minutes,
Oh wow.
and it's working all right. Before it makes us get out of here before with no music. I'll play a song or two, not much. But
Hi, Ray of Sunshine. How you doing? Good to see you.
Ray of Sunshine, that's a good one.
Yep.
We got some more things to upload and work on, but I'm gonna get a little meal. I'm gonna get a second shower. But when you're tired and you feel oily, you feel like it's a perpetual wash. You want to do like,
I
been up all
know.
night.
I know. Well, give my love to Mrs. Scurv. I know she's there. She probably
Yeah. She's been for a while
for
now.
you. Yeah.
What's up with these? Before you go, what's up with these Nigerian movies, man?
What's up with them? You're hooked on them?
Is hooked on soap operas back in the
So
day.
share one with me. I don't know what you're watching. I don't know which ones you're watching.
Okay. You go to the page, all y'all. You want some good movies, and it's not like just like shoot 'em up, bang. I'm talking about like relations, like they have a lot of who's cheating on who and situations life. They're very, very good. Anybody here see? Okay, let me go to this channel and drop the link. Let me go to this channel and drop the link for this. Okay, I don't want to play nobody else's stuff now. Hold on. Hold on.
Wow.
What's the URL here? Okay, I'm gonna drop it right in the room. This is one of the links, but this is they have some good damn movies. I'm talking about the type of movies that you gotta pee and you know you can freeze it, but you sit there and keep, oh, I gotta pee a little, I gotta see it.
You mean like me right now?
Well, I'm gonna talk for 30 more minutes. Let me know if that opens up, y'all. But I'm saying that's one of them. And like just click on any one of them. The thumbnails are always some well-built woman and some dude or something. They always talk about some kind of, oh, I'm so tempted to, but it's not that. It's just that when you watch these movies, man, they're so good. You can't get. I'm not into though. But see, that's the Hollywood stuff that I've never been into. But this is the thing.
Well,
that
what do they call their productions? Like they have Bollywood. What do they think theirs is like? Naira.
They changed the Black Star. I think it's Nollywood for Nigeria, but now
for
they
Nigeria, right.
Yeah, now it's Black Star for Ghana, but to me, honestly, Nigeria got Ghana beat by a long shot. Now you got Ghana things coming up now, but like I say, I met the guy who does those little Facebook like clips and stuff. He's an actor.
Right.
Give him a call. I gotta give my other number because he's like, oh yeah, I can have you in some of those as the American. I'm like, yeah, I'll be the American. Black American, you need one, right? Some of these things are like, yo, there's Skirt over there. Like, he's in everything.
He's all over the place now. Damn.
Right?
Can't hold him back now. You niggas can't hold you back now.
Right?
You know?
Well, yeah. So I'll let you go work for the fire department. I know you have to go and get something to eat. And you know I'm gonna be
I'm
working
rocking around the clock tonight, huh? What happened?
Just stand in a bucket and let it all go.
let it all flow.
Joke on this guy, right? He was an inmate. I don't know if I told you, right? And okay, where's this thing I'm looking for? The hell? Oh, okay, it's the wrong spot. Okay. Yeah. So he was like, we were saying, man, your penis is so small, man. So we see him in the shower, we joke. He didn't care whatnot, but he had his clothes on, and the nurse had to take him in for some kind of examination, and we were ragging him. He was very good humored about it. It's like, listen, man, nurse, forgot what her name was. If you can't find his penis, just let him urinate in his pants and look for the spot, and that's the general direction of where you'll find it.
Oh my God, that poor man. Oh. Oh dear.
Yeah, kids though, that's the crazy part about it.
The poor man. Yep. So that's
right,
me. So what are you doing for later?
Oh, we'll do something later on. I just want to recharge up. No, because I want to go to sleep earlier. So I'm gonna do work soon, extra stuff to load, to keep everything flowing. But then I might have an ultimate crash. I'm not gonna rule it out.
Especially since you didn't sleep last night. I mean,
I know. When I get like this, I'm not even physical no more. I'm all spiritual and mental. But I feel it. And if I lay down, I'm a boom. But then I wake up weird, so I can't lay down too early. It's only 7:22 over here.
Right.
I gotta push.
Yeah.
One thing, I'm gonna wake up at the crack of dawn. I'll wake up before the birds.
Okay. Well, with this 5-hour difference, when you wake up at the crack of dawn, a lot of us are just getting ready to go to bed. So,
Serious.
So because 5 o'clock is what time for us? I can't even think. 12.
Oh, yeah. So if I get up early, exactly.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much, everybody, for being here, for still being here. All of you who stick around and, chatted and laughed and whatever. Brother Lance, thank you.
Yes. Yes,
It's
thank you.
wonderful. Thank you. We went down memory lane and we gave folks a little peek into New York life at different different eras, you know.
Mm, for
Yeah.
real.
All righty.
Definitely.
Take
Yeah. All
care.
right.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Bye
Good
bye.
night. Much love.
Sun is rising, feel the warmth of my face. There's a lot to do now, but there ain't no race. I sip my coffee, I'm feeling fine. No need to work yet, I'm gonna take my time. It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way. It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way. Take a look out my window, see the birds in the trees. Their songs inspire me to sing a sweet melody. How do they do it? Not a care and so free. Wanna step into their world, who holds the key? It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way. It's a brand new day. Gotta take it on my way. Gotta take it on my way.